Hello ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, my name is OctoMan and today I'm starting a new journey, and this journey is going to be a game jam, as you can guess, and I'm doing this with a friend of mine. He's currently not available for the stream, but that doesn't really matter at all. So we are just starting all over, and currently we are brainstorming in the background. But let me introduce the game jam itself for the moment, which is going to be, the theme is fairy tales, and we do have some challenges which are also coming into this place, and we try to involve or input them as much as we can, of course. So we only have 48 hours to create this game jam, or actually to compete in this game jam. So meaning we need to create a game, and we are going to do this in Unity, of course. He's doing the 3D stuff most of the time, and I'm going to do literally most of the time do programming, probably do some animation later on, depending on what I get from him in the end of the result. But let me introduce the project at first, or actually the game jam, so you know what's going on over here. Probably you want to go with us at the same time, probably want to send some links later on wherever, and so you have the possibility to showcase what you have probably done in the last, let's say, 48 hours or something, or in this next coming. So maybe you want to compete with us. Well, we don't do much with that actually, but you can showcase probably stuff later on. So what is this game jam about, or what are the challenges? So in the end we have 3 challenges in total. The first one is integrate a storyteller, and this can be like a voiceover storyteller or just a third person, like somebody who's explaining, hey, you need to go there, or you need to go there, or you need to do this, or you need to do that, something like this. The second challenge is we want to have that inside the woods, so there need to be a lot of trees around, so probably we're gonna have something like what is it called, Red Hood, something which is going to most of the time is playing inside the woods, as well as we have the third challenge over here, which means we want, or they want us to integrate a mini game. So a mini game could be anything, just something like throw something to there, or do this, just a small thing, or maybe catch, I don't know, catch the strawberry, and then you just catch a strawberry and then you have a mini game inside, something like this. What is the actual problem with game jams which are only 48 hours? Well, you have this limit of time. So you need to do, or you need to 100% exactly plan ahead, to do the brainstorming beforehand. That's what we are currently doing. So we are Skyping a lot at the moment, writing a lot of things here and there, and thinking about, okay, what could we do actually? Do we do 3D? Do we do 2D? What do we actually go and expect? And he also gives me some ideas, and so what we currently do is we were thinking about Red Hood actually, so a Red Hood in the woods, and you're gonna have to find, as an example, you have to find the grandmom, or the grandmom's house. This is actually the story behind the Red Hoods. Hey E-Roll, thanks a lot for tuning in. And what we're going to do is probably something like that. So he's going to design maybe some mushrooms as some enemies, probably. I can do some scribbles, or we do scribbles later on together, since he's still on the run. So I have a graphics tablet also here, so I can paint around things right now. If I want to, like, we're gonna have probably some enemies inside. So it's more or less, probably we are going to put a RPG, something like that, together. So what does that actually mean for what is going on here? I don't know. Sometimes the pen is weird. So probably we're gonna put an RPG. However that works here. The pen doesn't really like me, it seems. Anyways, I try to. Nope. It doesn't work as it should. Oh, maybe because of this thing. Just getting rid of that. So I now should be... Oh, okay, never mind. It's going to be an RPG. Probably. Probably it could also be an adventure. In this adventure we are probably going to think about putting some fighting mechanic inside. Maybe a Final Fantasy like turn-based, as I already created. which is probably easier in the long run to create that, so we don't have any pickups or anything, probably not even an EXP system, because all of these systems take some time, and once again we only have 48 hours. So probably we do that like this. So we're gonna have maybe in the end we have a game screen in which we have a lot of trees growing and stuff like that, and then we have like our little Red Hood, I don't know, whatever, our character, which we want to drive through a huge area. We're gonna probably create a little terrain for that, and maybe there are some buildings or something interactables in any case, like buildings, a house, and probably we don't find the grandmom directly, but probably she's I don't know, somewhere here. And probably we can also do some collectibles, like, hey, you need to pick up, let's say, this and that item, like a clock, or any other item, literally, to pick up, so we can open the door. Something like that. So we have a bit of an RPG elements. We probably have a bit of, I don't know, maybe some riddles, and a bit of Final Fantasy inside that as well. So something like that is currently in our mind. Sometimes I don't speak because I'm not always have something to tell you, but that's actually the plan. So most of the time you probably don't hear me just telling anything, but you're gonna, now from now on, I try to stream as much as possible, just because, you know, I want to see where we are going to went or going to be. Like in the next, let's say, 10 to 12 hours, we want to produce a bunch of content. We want to get the systems running once we know what we need to do. So I just, since I told him that we probably go and fight, like, or do a fighting system, like Final Fantasy, he says, oh, it's a bit too lame because it's probably like Pokemon or something like that. So probably we do not do this way. I don't know, but this is basically once you are competing inside a game jam, you're gonna have to brainstorm. Well, depending on how big the team size is, you probably wanna go for a bigger theme or a bigger idea, or you just do as small stuff as possible. And most of the time, 2D is faster. 2D is easier to perform. Now he thinks about why not putting something like Dragon Ball fights, which are more like interactive. So we are still going inside a scene, and then we have like our little Red Hood, and everybody wants to, I don't know, smash it. Maybe it's just a 1-by-1 fight. We don't know. This is something we currently try to do our brain work for. So once again, if you go in a game jam, I try to stream as well as try to create like everything. Meanwhile, I'm talking with them. Probably somebody else is going to hop in and think about what we are going to do over here. So, you know, whenever you start over or when you need to do something over there, use your brain first and brainstorm everything. Just write down every idea you have, and then you screw everything which takes too much time. So basically plan good, so you in the end don't waste too much time into doing nothing, literally. So our game jam started about 1 hour ago, meaning it we already brainstormed since an hour, so you just get more or less the rest of that, and I try to explain everything we are thinking about. Anyways, sometimes it will happen that you don't see me moving, don't see me anything, don't hear me talking, because it could happen that I'm just currently concentrating, or maybe I'm on another screen, and so on and so forth. So just keep that in mind. And you can always check back in, probably later on, check back or the other streams, or maybe I just keep this one running, basically. So since I did the request, or I did a little something where people I was talking to you guys and asking if you want me to stream that or not. 3 of you were saying yes, please do so. So here I am, and I try to do my best and explain stuff whenever I go to a specific point. So So we don't know about skills and something like that. So currently we were thinking about, okay, what skills could we do? How could a fight actually look? And he's thinking about, okay, making a big wolf boss or something in the end. So maybe something a bit huge to come or to visit the grandma. And he also says it's easier to design that because he did that already quite some time ago, so probably he can use some things. Also, we are allowed to use code we have written beforehand. So we are trying to get into this. Also, we need 3 animations in total, probably 4. Like meaning we have an idle animation for each character we're gonna introduce. Like if there's a mushroom, then we need an idle animation, I don't know, a hit or a kick or something, or a maybe a hat throw animation or something like that. Then we need to have probably a die animation as well as a normal hit or what, and of course a movement, something like that. Then we're gonna do like a drag-in system in which we are getting dragged into the battle scene, and then we do the fight, whatever the fight is going to look like, and then we go out again, and then we can continue taking a look onto the map and seeing who's where and what do we need to open this gate so we can bypass an extra or whatsoever area. So, and meanwhile, and this is the freaking part, it's not the gaming itself, it's more like the challenges. The first one is going to be the most interesting one. We need to tell a story. So we need to tell a story like by text or something like, oh no, this and that happening. And every time we do something or we hit something, we get another story to tell. I would have access to a girl which probably would talk with the gamer. Or we gonna do something like a pop-up, like a chat or something. Which just pops up when you did something or when you made progress. So this is something what we need to take a look into as well. So probably have a little checkbox or a chat box. Then who is going to be the one who's telling the story over here, and then we do have like a bunch of text like, oh, you found a something. Now you can open this and that, whatever gate to pass through. And go into the next area, something like that. So you need to have, for example, any kind of a key element, like a normal, adventure games, I would say. So I'm just watching a video because he sent me something about slots. I don't know what that means now. Oh, it's from Dragon Quest. I see. So, if you have any questions or maybe ideas for me, hey, feel free to put them in, and maybe we're gonna take your idea and take this into the next step. So yeah, feel free to join in and just give me your ideas if you want to. Meanwhile, we are brainstorming here. Once again, I'm doing this on my second screen, so it's easier for me to handle all the stuff. And yeah, probably that is something like that. he's thinking about a slot machine game. Interesting. How could that be? Let's put that onto the next sheet over here. So literally having a slot machine, and you have like a character over there in this area, and then our enemies coming this way, and every time you go and hit a specific, or you can put in some attacks or something, and every time these are going to match, again, slot machine, you need to pull down the lever, and then you need to, I don't know how he's going to do that. Maybe we need some boxes or something around here. Sometimes my pen doesn't do what it should do. Probably it's the distance. So some buttons here to stop the machine or to stop the slots at a specific point. Told him that I probably wouldn't play the game at all if it is a slot machine plus just putting some things like slot cards, maybe putting them cards for a specific attack into the slots anyhow here, then pull the lever and hope that I get what I put it in here, or maybe in here, I don't know. So we are also thinking about what would you like, or what would I like to play if I would play this game. Would it be fun for me or would it not? So also, we were thinking about taking a jump and run into consideration, which could also be a good game. I don't know. Like, I don't know. You are the character X, and we wanna save, or we wanna reach a specific goal X, and you need to go and I don't know. Over here is whatever the goal is. And you just need to do jump and run stuff until you reach the goal, whatever it be. So he actually don't want to see a jump and run, which is okay. So he's more like he want to have a fighting system which is more powerful, which has more like a rook-like element maybe, but not too much boring in the end. So he also wants to see something more action-based actually. But action always means we need to randomize things, as well as we need to make stuff harder maybe, or maybe not as much hard. But I believe we are going to end up somewhere here in an RPG style, maybe with some adventure. Oh my god, that pen really doesn't like me. Why ever? Adventure. Actually, it's not a writing program. Probably I should take something else next time. So maybe an adventure or an RPG. Slot machine, well, I don't like the idea about the slots. A jump and run, it would be something like, okay, could be a super long level. I mean, like 10 minutes long level, I don't know, with a lot of in-betweens, and if you die, you need to start from scratch, whatever. And in the end, you probably hit the building or the house of the grandma to bring her the cake. I don't know, whatever. You're thinking about if we are hitting a character, or if we are having a fighting system when we do fights, that we only have a percentage of landing a good hit, and you need to decide which attack you probably need to do, or probably where to attack to take the like you have to think about what you want to attack. Like if we gonna have, I don't know, whatever enemy that could be, like if we hit that hit zone, or do a specific attack, we have like a 25%. 25, oh my god. Sometimes the pen really hates me. Maybe we have a 25%. Maybe you need to be slower. Oh, I see. So maybe we 25% to hit this one, or maybe if we are hitting the lag, we only have a 5%. And so on and so forth. So probably, maybe the most damage is done, I don't know, somewhere else. Maybe there. Maybe on the butt, on the backside, or depending on which state probably the character is going to be, or the enemy we are going to hit. And once again, if we have a specific characters, let's assume we're gonna have something like a mushroom. Probably has some fancy look. He doesn't like us. Gonna try to make an eye. Nope. Need the pen again. Trying again. So he doesn't like us. He's bad. Maybe he's poison. We don't think about effects now, but more like, okay, what could be the biggest or the highest or the hardest hit zone, as an example? If we have a mushroom enemy, or if we have a wolf, like I don't know, and we wanna hit that wolf as hard as we can, but where would we actually go, and where would we try to hit this wolf in the end? So we just outline things at the very first place, because there are a bunch of things to do afterwards, so we need to be rather precise. I just put in some kind of like, there's a tail and some bad eye, whatever. Looks like a unicorn, doesn't matter. So you're thinking about putting in a memory game, since I have a memory game already, a 2D and a 3D one, which you can, by the way, learn as well how to create memory. We probably can fit this challenge, as I have quite some typos here, that doesn't matter. Probably we're gonna do some memory as being a mini game, so I'm gonna go and put this onto my onto my sheet. A mini game memory, not a hard one. Memory. What is going on with this pen? So that could be a mini game. So we would fit probably challenge number 3 with that. So, but he's still he likes the idea with the slot machine. I have no idea why, but maybe you guys have. Maybe you take. Now he thinks, okay, the fighting system could be relative to a mini game. Okay, he don't like the slot machine itself, but maybe a system which tells you to win or lose against a monster or something like that, based on a picked skill set or something like that. So he's actually decided to make an RPG, and the fighting system could be the memory game. So whatever you pick up first, or whatever you open up first, will define what kind of attack you do. And depending on the rate or a goal or something, we would be able to do more or less damage to the enemies. Pretty interesting. I have never seen that before, but probably not a bad idea actually. So we can still go and define the enemy itself, like it could be a mushroom, something which is living in the woods, right? Because our station or our battle system is going to be our complete game. So we don't just move from A to B, but we get dragged in, like in Final Fantasy, into a scene. Then we fight one or more enemies, and based on whatever memory cards, like from a 3x3 field, we are picking the first. This kind of attack is going to be, and if you don't hit a match at the first place, for example, you get a bad effect, or you lose HP or something, or the enemy is going to be able to do the attack. And every time, maybe each round, I would say, because that is going to turn out in a turn-based system, literally, we should be able to perform another pickup. Like we can open this and that amount of memory cards, for example, which define, okay, do you do a fireball attack, or do you do just a rumble, or do you do an earthquake, whatever. We can define that probably beforehand anyhow. And since we don't have too much time to create this, we should be able to pull just maybe 5 different attack types, something like that. What do you guys think about that? Let me know in the comments or wherever, and or just go into the chat and write me something. What do you think about that? Feel free to do so every time. I try to answer questions. Meanwhile, I'm streaming over here, so if you have any comment or something about it, feel free to let me know. So what else could we do is we could define, like whenever you now know, okay, we are going to, I believe that's our goal now. So I'm gonna type this out a bit further. So like a bit more in detail, I would say. That's a quite small letters here. I can scale them up later on. Doesn't matter. So In the end, probably we are going to make an RPG with memory fighting system. Sounds cool. Why not? And it is going to be about Red Hood. Is it called Red Hood? I believe so. Red Hood. And we need to save. Save or visit the grandma. She's waiting for something, probably. Doesn't always have to be bad stuff. Bad in case of we probably don't need to save her. Maybe she is safe, but maybe she's just hungry, you know, or something like that. So I guess that can be some interesting thing. So currently we try to think about the memory farting system. How could it be? Is it like we can find cards, or could we just pick like finding a new skill or something like that? So it gets probably integrated into that. But we are currently on the route like we're putting a 3x3 field and we pick 2. And if there is a bad card, then the enemy is going to do damage. Otherwise, like there will be like two bad cards or something like that. And then we can later on see if we want to make a bigger field or smaller memory field, something like that. So we don't have too much stuff, and we can play against an AI. So the AI is also picking his own deck or from his own attack deck. And in the end, we are having a rather solid, I would say, fighting system. So the enemy has even if the enemy only has one specific attack, he is of course able to attack more often. Or we can do it vice versa, that when we just hit a bad card, then the enemy is going to take this one specific enemy attack, something like that. And meanwhile, so we have a card, a big map or something, in which we just place random events probably, and also whenever we bypass a specific area, that we get something like a storyteller is telling, hey, you need to go more north to find whatever, blah blah blah. Then the character is going to go more north. He will get. We would put in something like a random fight dragon, like Final Fantasy. Then we open a card deck and we have like the one enemy on the one side and the Red Hood on the other side. Then we shuffle the deck or something like this. We're gonna put out all the memory cards onto the game. We pick 1 or 2 or 3, whatever the amount is later on. And if we have a bad card, we get attacked, and we need to the deck is reshuffling, and we're gonna have to start from scratch. Or maybe we don't shuffle. Maybe we need to wait until we have at least one thing. Now we are talking about more. Do we want to go more 2D or 3D? He says we want to go 3D, so pretty cool. He is going to have a lot of work. And then we're gonna make something like a comic style, I guess, comic style art on this, like from Zelda, for example, like Link to the Past, probably something in this area. Maybe we're gonna do this different, but this is actually his thing. So we have a plan, actually. So we now decided to do what I said before. We're gonna make a memory fighting card system game with RPG elements, like we're gonna drag in, get maybe some EXP and something like that, which is going to be Red Hood to save or visit the grandma in the end. We're gonna have a story to tell, which is something we probably do at the very end, because it is still an extra over here, so we don't really need to. What we can fit in is the area in the woods. He is going to draw the map once we are going to start, or once he's home and he can start with that. We are going to integrate a mini game, which is going to be our memory game as being the fighting system, as well as, yeah, the storyteller is going to be the last thing, because this is taking the smallest amount of time, I would say. It's just like, you know, blending in text from a text file. We just hook in, and whenever it gets triggered, we just put in a JSON file or something which stores all the information about the text the teller has to tell, and then we are good to go, I guess. What do you think, guys, about this? Let me know. And yeah, now we can start. Whenever you start, give your project a name. And a name can be literally any name. It's just a working title. We don't have to have a specific title about this. And I thought about, okay, I'm going to name it. Where's my other window? I'm gonna name it just a fairy tale. And a fairy tale, once again, could be anything. Whatever we explain, whatever we tell, whatever story we are going to integrate is going to be inside the actual fairy tale. We are going to go 3D because we decided to make 3D, so it's absolutely obvious to do that. If I later on want to go to full HD or to high definition render pipeline or the universal render pipeline, I can decide that later on. For the moment, I just want to get the pure system running into our game, which means we need a camera, we need a movement, we need a test map, which we cannot leave from. We just need to think about, okay, how do we move? Do we do like active movement, like with ASDF, yada yada yada, or do we do a point and click, like just we click with the mouse to go to the position? And depending on that, I now create the Unity project, which is going to take some seconds. And once the project is created, I can go in, put in a plane or something, and then I need to decide, okay, do I move the character with a point and click system, because most of the time we are using the mouse anyways, or do we do it like an active? I could also go and integrate a joypad, which would be also basically... Okay, so now the project has opened over here, and now the very first thing I always do is I'm gonna put my layout into whatever I want to. Gonna load my own layout over here. So we are going to do a WASD movement over here. It doesn't have to be grid based or something. It's literally just a free movement. We're gonna play some movement animation, something like that. And of course, at the moment it doesn't matter. We could even go and use one of the third-person controllers if we want to. So, since I have my design running over here or my layout set up, I can literally go in. So since I already have a small idea what I need to do, currently we are talking about what do we do with the camera? Do we need a static camera, which is always just looking top to bottom and we are just moving around? Or do we need to rotate the camera, depending on if we need to search for something, look for something? And based on that, I'm gonna have to, let's say, okay, so it's going to be a top-down camera, probably, so like a 45-degree angle or something, which is like in Zelda games, which like in the older versions of Zelda. So in the end, I can now create some terrain if I want to, and do some pre-movement stuff. Since we are moving with ASD and stuff like that, we need to think about, okay, what is really needed for the terrain and how can we make it beautiful? Maybe we are not using Unity terrain. Maybe he is going to create his own map. I just need to tell him in the end how big this has to be. Like 1 meter is, well, literally 1 meter. And also his character needs to fit the same size and stuff like that. Otherwise, I need to scale up and down stuff over here. So, and since we are probably using some terrain over there, we need to find a way to cap movement, meaning we are not able or not allowed to move on top of a mountain, as an example. And so for that, we would need to, whenever we have the map, we need to have specific collision objects like a mesh collider, which determines specific areas. So we are not able to leave that specific areas over a specific point. Let's say I can scale stuff up and down, but I cannot go I can scale X and Y over, but that's basically it. So we probably now we need to find out who is going to do the terrain. Like if I do it, I need to find a way to keep the player in the game, meaning I need to create them colliders probably with some boxes and other cubes and stuff, so, and rectangles, so nobody can leave the area. And they need to be high enough, of course. And I can also say I want to skip that part and let them fall down, which doesn't make sense. But with a bunch of little collision objects, we can try to keep the player directly inside the actual game. So, and I assume I have to create the terrain over here, which probably is the easiest way. If I do it, if he's going to do literally the complete modeling with or of the terrain as well, he need to define everything. So probably I'm going to do the design of the actual terrain, meaning I go and use some terrain tools, which are rather new. I believe they came into 2020 point something, point one or something, I don't know, which are going to be in the package manager. So if you are going to into a game jam, make sure that you know everything you can use over here. Unity Registry shouldn't have the terrain tools out yet, not at the time and where this game jam happens. Why is that so? Because it's still in some kind of a beta test phase, I would say. And to enable those test phases, we need to go to Edit, Project Settings. And in here, in the Game Manager, we want to see Enable Preview Packages so we can actually do them and show them. So in Windows Package Manager, that we should now see those preview packages as well. Once we show literally everything, so he is a bit worried about smaller details currently, like when there are no leaves and no tree trunks and stuff like that, which can be added actually at any time anyways, depending on the design and the style of that. So, but also I can give him the complete everything, so he would now need to create not just the characters and the enemies and all the other stuff, but he would need to create the complete terrain and plan the complete route, the complete map ahead beforehand, literally, or at least the terrain so he can place things. So now he's afraid of when I'm doing the terrain and he is doing the rest. Probably we have a look difference, like when I use different maps, then his design is probably going to be in. It could happen that he we have two different, let's say, styles. Like maybe my map is not fitting his design and style of the actual stuff. So he wants he likes to see a comic look, which I just told or yeah, said before, which is going to give us more, like without doing any much textures at all. Okay, so comic look is going to be the one. So what we need is, or what I need is, I need some kind of a color palette or some color fields or images, which I can use for the ground texture. Meaning whenever I use the terrain over there, I probably have something like a bit of gray, a bit of brown, probably a bit of green, or somewhere in between, like multiple colors. Or I do not use any textures, which could also work, and just use normal paint stuff like that. So maybe I don't even need to use any graphics over here. So what I would go is for the actual terrain tools, which are currently in preview again, and I'm gonna go and install them. So I need to download them from the asset store. It takes a minute or two. I'm not quite sure if the normal 3D render pipeline is able to read the data, but they should. And if we later on go with HDR, high definition render pipeline, or with the other one, the universal render pipeline, then we're gonna need to change some things. So I could also go and download some asset samples from the asset store. I'm not quite sure what is inside and if we need that. But the cool thing about them is we should see something like that. So I believe we have to download these asset tools right now. Or the download asset samples. Let's see. Yeah, actually I need to add it to my assets, so I'm not quite sure if that is in my well, actually it's maybe in my assets already. So which is called terrain tool samples. Where could it be? Actually I don't have it here, so I try to open in Unity. I'm not quite sure if that makes sense now. There we go. And I can now import it. Since I have downloaded this already, so using Unity Hub is going to be the best decision you can can do over here. Gonna import like just everything and see if I need it or not. There are some nice brushes involved in this package, so I can paint around and see what's going on and how it could look and so on and so forth. So I hope that is now in here, and we should have somewhere, well, usually there should be something about this package component. Nope. I don't know where that is now. So there's this terrain tools packages in here. Usually I believe there was something called, or some editor script which is going to give me a new menu here, but it doesn't seem so right now. So let's see if we are able to create a new terrain. Usually there's a terrain manager, and I wonder where that is now. Maybe I need to restart the scene and just save it and close that thing. Probably there's something buggy with importing it. So gonna go in the project again, and once it has been loaded again, hopefully I see all of that stuff. Okay, and he gave me some sample how he might want to see this look like a real, yeah, how shall I say, a real something. Okay, so something is fishy here with this actual package. Usually there's a package wizard or something, I guess, which should usually fill or show up here. Let's see, in project, terrain tools. Add sculpting brushes tools to your project, stunning, yada yada yada, preview package. And we downloaded these ones already. But the menu I was looking for is not here at all. So let's try to find out what's going on. Terrain, there we go, terrain toolbox. So, and with this terrain toolbox, the cool thing is we can put in some terrain size. So we can define first of how big this area is going to be in meters. As we can see over here, it's 1 meter by 1 meter by 1 meter. It's a 500 by 500, and the maximum height is going to be 500 meters as well. So probably we're going to go with just 120 or 100 meters. Well, all of that depends, of course, on where we are going to land in the end. Later on, I might go and change that. We can also go into terrain settings for specific things. I don't know about all that stuff. Texture resolutions, well, we just take the basic ones. We can also think about trees and stuff. But I believe we can go back over here and apply all the terrain settings later on again. So we should be able to use the ones, use the settings whenever we are going to put them in here. I don't go and use any presets and stuff. I just click on the create button over there. And then we should see a terrain and a terrain group, which we can paint on. So this terrain group literally holds our terrain. We can later on define the start position of our character, which is absolutely fantastic. And the cool thing about it is it has the terrain directly as a child object. And in here we do have automatically the terrain collider, as well as the terrain tools are going to be in here. So in that case, we want to paint the terrain, and we can now give it like any shape. And as you can see, we have multiple different cool tools we can use over here, like some vein style, whatever, and so on. what we can see is whenever we take this brush over here, we should be able to lift it high up or not. Currently we don't want to paint the texture, we want to raise and lower terrain with the tools over here. So you can see this looks like a normal map now. And once I do that, I can create the terrain. I paint the terrain literally all over the place. So what I can do now is I can paint, for example, that's what I would start at the very first place, most of the time I guess. Put a frame around it so we cannot fall down and we have like an enclosed area maybe. So let's try to paint here. I just need to make sure that I don't fall off with the brush from the actual area. So just need to make sure that I have something around here like that. So, and what we can do with that, we can already go and try to make an initial plan, let's say, about how the map can look in the end. So we can make something beautiful here and there, some details. We can anyhow rotate brush, I believe with R. No, R not. There are some shortcuts, I forgot them already, which gives us the possibility to rotate the brush, resize probably with an S. Yeah, with S, holding S, I can do that. With no, R is again not the correct one. I don't know how to rotate that, but we can rotate the scene and the brush. Oh, the brush stays with that. Interesting. And we can also put some weird shapes. We can put a star shape if we want to, like an alpha brush. And then we can put in some other nice things over here if needed. I mean, we don't know yet. We haven't talked about design too much yet, so something like that. And if we want to paint the actual one, what he wants now is to have it like a 2D Zelda look, but still 3D, so we can paint the texture. Before we can do so, I believe we need to create something, a material or layer. So we can add a new layer. We can use dirt or any layer material already, or we can create our own. So let's create an own material. I don't know, name it sand, or yeah, sand was like all letters big, so I know what's going on. And we need to make sure that this one is a terrain material. I don't know what it was called. To transparent tree, I don't know. Oh, it was some specific material type over here. Let's see what the other ones have been. What type of material? Like when I want to add a layer, then we can say, okay, we have a dirt layer, and it's automatically filling our dirt layer. But what is that actually about? Oh, it's just a texture, a terrain layer texture, which has diffuse, a normal map, and a mask, and of course all the other things. So that makes our life later on way easier. So I go and create a new terrain layer then. This is our actual terrain, and so this one here is wrong. We need to create our own terrain layer. Let's see where that is. Shader. Terrain layer is the very bottom, and now I can put in any diffuse texture. We can name this like sand. And so what we now need to do is we need to assign a tiling texture. So we can put in any tile textures, so as it is seen here. So literally what I can do is now I define just a texture with a sand look, like with a dark or bright or whatever look. So I'm gonna try to figure out the sandy-ish area, and you can also put in some details into that. I mean, this is totally again up to you or to everybody who's going to do that. So what do we need is we need a grass area, and we need a a sandy area, I would say. And if we are in a cavern or somewhere else, which we don't, because we don't have too much time on that, I would produce just maybe a darker one, maybe have some stone elements on that as well, like we can see on Zelda or any other of the bigger ones. And then we have the difference between the two, but I guess we just can, they just blend into each other. So in that case, I need a green. Gonna need a rather fresh, not too fresh, but also not too dark and not too bright, somewhere in between, maybe something like that, but maybe a bit more saturated, maybe something like that. And this one here could be a bit brighter and a bit more saturated as well, so probably something like that. So these can be my two textures, and I can again add in any details I want to, and I can use them as being my textures. I can make them as huge and as small as I want. For example, I can say it's a 512 by 512, and then I go into my folder and into my gaming or into my project folder and just export them directly inside of it. So I go into my fairy tale folder. I know you don't see that, but that's totally fine. And again, gonna name this one Sandy or send one, probably send one PNG. Then I export it. Then I take this one, and again I go and name this, let's say grass one. Once again, I can go into that and paint that later, like put in some leaves and brushes and stuff, and I don't know, and shadows, all the other good stuff. Now when I'm happy with that, I can go back here and pick my texture. So as you can see, I have those dirt masks and all the other stuff, but I want to have a grass one or the sand one at the first place. So I have a sand and a sand one. No idea if they do now are different. Actually, this is the terrain layer, and this one is just my texture. Okay, so then I want to have another terrain layer. Was in the bottom, which is going to be my grass. I'm gonna make it also all uppercase letters, so I know what's going on. And I pick my grass area, my grass material, my grass map. Again, I don't have any normal mask maps, and this is totally fine, I guess. And now what we want to do is we want to take the instead of taking the dirt, we're gonna take the sand. Now you can see everything is sandy. If I now put in another layer on top of it, as an example I put the grass, I can now define based on what's on top and what's on the bottom, I can define what's going to have more and less content. If I now want to paint sand, I can just paint over and make it look like over here is going to be sand, and later on I can do vice versa. So I just took my super fancy easy brush over here, and now this can be like all sandy area, no idea. And if I want to have like in-betweens, like darker areas or darker green areas, I just create another map, and so I can do like could even do some waterish areas and so on and so forth. And I can later on also tell if something is more looking more good or more bad, something like that. And if it is going to be again a tileable texture, for example, for the sandy area, I can also say I take maybe this one just for testing purposes. Nope, that's not what I wanted. And I can tell, maybe I'm not quite sure if I can pick the color of that stroke. Probably not. But I can say I want to make it maybe something is going on over here. Maybe not like that, but maybe like this. And now I can take these things and tint them into a darker color. And if I now go and export this once again into the folder, I need to make sure that I take the same size later on. Need to go again into the actual folder of the project. I don't know where it is. and take my sand 1 and override it as an example. I can also say, okay, I want to have a second pen, and then I export. Maybe I make a sand 2, so I can define specific areas which only have this one specific thing over here, and export it. And now I can use that here as being another texture layer. So I make another terrain layer, name it sand 2. Well, sand 2. And I give it the new graphic, this one. And now I can put it also into the terrain layer. So I add a new layer, take sand 2. Now I can paint with that thing as well. I can make the brush anyhow bigger and smaller. Brush size. And I can say, okay, if I paint this one here, you can see now it's pretty small. So maybe the size is going to define that. Well, no, not really. But yeah, that's how we can do differences on 2 specific areas. Maybe it's about the strengths, or maybe it's about the jitter. I don't know. Play around with that. Here's the brush rotation, by the way, so we can rotate it around. And we can do some fancy things, or even not. Basically doesn't matter. I believe we can anyhow define how big or small the tiling settings are going to be, and I guess this is going to be the bread and butter. So if it's a 1x1, that's probably too small, but we can also say a 10x10, so we see more of those sandy shapes over there, and here as well. So we can define that literally completely on our own. Next one, I guess I need another green shape over here to make it a bit more comic-like. So I have something for the in-betweens between the actual sandy area and the greenish area, like a darker, like a border shape or a border I can paint there. Which is wherever. There's the fill. So, which is probably something like that. So I can directly PNG export and go again to the corresponding folder again. And name it grass 2 and export it. And now I have it here, and I can create a new terrain layer, which is grass 2. And now I can put in the grass 2, as well as put it inside of the terrain here as well. So I add another layer, grass 2. I select it so I can paint it, and I make a smaller brush size. Now I can say, maybe I take another brush, I don't know, maybe just something roundish. I don't know yet. Maybe a harder brush. How does it look? Ugly. Maybe a softer brush. I don't really like it. Maybe something like that. Looks good. So brush size rather small. Maybe somewhere around 10 or 20. And then I can just put paint around here. I don't know if that is good or not. So we have something where we can literally highlight some things here and there. I don't know if that looks even good, but probably he's going to help me with that later on. So as you can see, you can still go and create stuff. Later on there are going to be a bunch of trees and stuff like that around here as well, also in some kind of a comic look, so I assume that is not too shabby. at least for the moment. And so we are going to have like a rather small, well, it's actually a rather huge area, but I don't know. Maybe I can go and get rid of some stuff here and there again. So it's maybe not looking too shabby in the end. Make it a bit more stuff like that. Again, I'm going to go into the programming in a bit, but I wanted to make sure that I can show him what we are able to do, because he probably doesn't know about Unity's tools over here, and maybe he likes it, maybe he doesn't, we'll see. And then in the end we can turn around and see, no, there's actually probably some things are bad, others maybe are good. We can decide that on the route. I can do some island over here or something. I could even put in some water. Actually, let me make this brush even smaller, so we can place something on top of it or whatever. Could be anything. We can also do some other small areas which probably have some point of view or some point of interest later on. And if we are later on, let's say the grandma is going to be somewhere here, we are actually able to point that out as well. Like we could say, okay, this is going to be, I don't know, the grass area, or some kind of a grassy area. Maybe there are some flowers here later on, or whatever. Then we can put stuff into position. So I don't know if that is the correct size. Would be a 5 by 5 meters building would match over there. Well, this is something what we could create over here. So what I do next is, first I want to let him know what we can do with this map and map design, and maybe he comes with a better idea. So I make a screenshot for him, and I'm giving that to him, so he can see and let me know if he likes that or if he hates that or whatever. I'm out for a couple of minutes. I'm going to do some drink and stuff like that, and we'll be back in a minute or 5, something like that. Okay, so with that preset firstly done, I would create a controller for my object to move around, or actually for my character to move around. And depending on where the camera is going to be, I'm going to start. Let's assume we are starting, let's say, in this area over here. We need to make sure that the camera is smoothly following the character, as well as whenever we move to other positions, like example here, that the camera is always able to see everything. So in that case, we don't want to have it too much or too far away, and the angle needs to be high enough so we still see the mountain but also see what's happening over there if necessary. I mean, there are a bunch of things to take in consideration here as well. So yeah, how do you create a movement character or moving controller? I have a bunch of videos about it, which is going to do 8-way movement, which you can implement. You can do a freestyle movement, basically. It doesn't really matter overall. And since this is going to have like maybe like a capsule which is going to move at the first place, since I don't have a character yet, I maybe go with one of them. I can also use one of my already pre-created characters, which has some movement inside already as well, just to play around, see what about the sizes. Depending on the style later on, it may be match or even not. But again, this is going to happen later on, whenever we decide what we want to do over here. Since he's going to work on the character design for our main character first, I guess, I later on need to take his character, then I need to rig it, and we need to see how we can actually make it movable, attackable, whatever. Like, so we have like an idle animation when the figure is just, you know, standing around. Then we need to move or maybe run. I guess move is more than enough. And the area is probably a bit small for doing a good movement over here. But if you have created stuff already, meaning if you have like created a character already and so on, you can always use that to simplify your process, especially when it comes to prototyping. What this character also needs is a rigid body component. So if I want to make so that the character is should be kept in the let's say painted area, I need to find a way to keep him or her inside this particular area, or we give it some, maybe there are some specific areas like a hidden area somewhere, which we can define on this in this particular case later on as well. I just take a look if I have a character I can use over here. For prototyping purposes, of course. Later on I just switch it, but I don't need to rewrite all the code and all that stuff later on. So I check my library and see if I find something. And if I don't find it, then I go just into all the projects and see if I have it somewhere there. I guess I have it somewhere. Oh, I have even some files I can use for the prototype. So I create a new folder, 3D models. And again, just for testing purposes, I have a tree. I have a fence. I have a barn, well, a bad one. And I have a testing character, as well as I should have a script for the character. And there's also a camera follow script, which I just put it in here first, so I don't need to rewrite all of that. And I have a character script as well. There we go. And so in that case, I can use that character as well as the character scripts and see how can I make all of that, let's say, as beautiful as possible. For example, I don't know the sizes about the barn. So as you can see, the barn is rather small. So I don't know what is the actual size. I would need to measure that out. It seems to be like 4 point something meters. So as you can see, my painting here was way too big. So the actual barn and its actual size and even the textures on the ground now are rather huge when it comes to let's say if that is the grandmother's house, then these texture tilings are just way too big. So we would need to go into the terrains again, or in the layer, wherever that was, should be this one, and go and take the tiling down to, let's say, 5 by 5 or something like that, so it's not too huge. Because if we are here with the camera and our character fits in one of them squares, probably around that, this area is going to be extremely huge in the very end. So we want our character to probably start somewhere else. Maybe there's a barn or a house or something, like the mom tells you, hey, go and visit your grandma and don't get distracted from the actual road or something, whatever it is, and don't talk to anybody. And then we're gonna have a character. It's a prototyping character. I have quite some time already, and as you can tell, it's pretty small. It's a super small character. He has some animations involved, like he has an idle and some movement animations. And if it is a terrain, we need to make sure that he cannot fall through the terrain. As you can tell, when the camera is like behind this character, this area becomes way like extremely huge. Even if we zoom out a bit and have it like that, I can put my camera on top of that to see what the look is going to be. So I just select the main camera for the moment. Later on we probably make use of Cinemachine and stuff, but for the moment I would say align the game object with the view. So align with view, and I can see we don't see much of the terrain now, not at all, because the terrain is 500 meters by 500 meters, and this character over here fits kind of in one square, as I said before. So he doesn't like my terrain, which is okay. This is something you need to be open to change things on the road, but for prototyping that is absolutely okay for now. So now I need to define my character so I can move around with him. I need to go out for a second. I'm gonna mute you guys for a moment, and then we are back in a moment. Okay, so a missing component. So I'm talking to an animator component which I haven't created yet. So meaning I need to go into the animation tab. I don't even know what the animations have been on this character, so I need to figure that out pretty quick. So there's a idle animation. That's what I know. Probably I just create a new one and name probably this one. I need to rename this one to be idle. And let's see if that where the idle animation is going to be. Somehow there's a walk animation. So there are two animations, which is absolutely okay. These just need to figure out now. How does that work? Probably until frame 35. So I need to drag this one probably here, and this one is going to be the walk, which is probably going to start at 35 as well, or maybe at 40. Nope, it's 45. Okay, and idle, let's play that. Okay, so probably it's until 40. There's a little hiccup. Well, actually, it doesn't matter. I'm gonna keep it as is. And so now I should have the animation set up so I can make use of them. So I just need to say apply. So I can take them from here, walk and idle, and can put them onto the character inside the animator component, which I need a controller for. So I can just say I want to create a new animator controller, or just go here, create animator controller, and name this one character. Later on it doesn't matter, since I probably have to recreate it, or actually I need to take other animations and put them into that, since the rig is going to be different, I believe. And now I can add it and can open this one. Double click, and now I can drag in the animations I want to see. I have a walk and idle. The idle is going to be the set default layer, and then we make a transition from here to here and back to idle, so we can actually do the movement over there. And I need to check out the script, the character script, and see what I have written inside, because I don't know what are the arguments I need to put in. But shouldn't take too much time to figure out. Usually it's a rigid body based movement in that particular controller. That's why I added the capsule, and I froze the rotation, so I cannot do nothing fancy is going to happen, probably. We'll see. So let's see if we can open the character script over here. We do have get animator component, and based on horizontal and vertical layer input, we're gonna have the boolean called walking, and then we translate that rotation and direction depending on the last input. So in that case I need to add a parameter which is going to be a bool. I'm gonna name it walking, as I did inside my script, and I can say I add a condition over here, which is say when walking is true, then we walk. If that is false, then we go back to idle. And it's important that we don't have any exit time on both of them transitions. And in scene, I'm not quite sure if that is actually taking the animator from children. No, it's not. So I probably want to say get component in children should be the correct call over here, of type animator, so we can talk to our character later on. So I literally move and react with the capsule, but I can play the animations directly on the character because that is where the animator controller is currently sitting on. Let's try that out. We should see him animating, but he doesn't loop that. So we need to make sure that this one is a loop time animation. So in that case, we need to go to the character again, and over here, click idle and say this is a loop time animation. Same for walk, and then we need to apply the changes and try again. I'm gonna figure it out that my capsule's collider is going to be over there, so I need to place my character just a slight bit a bit down over there, so whenever the capsule falls down, that the character is kind of at the bottom with his feet. Okay, there's still some little hacky animation, whatever that comes from, I don't know. Doesn't really matter, but now I can hide the capsule the capsule's mesh renderer, so we only see the character, but we have the capsule to move around. So the capsule basically doesn't do much, but try to keep us on place. And if I go right or left or forward or backwards, the character is now going to move on our terrain. He has a different speed. So later on we're gonna have maybe some different speeds over here. So we just play the animations, and the terrain collider is literally taking care of the actual player character, I would say. So based on the rigid body, which is having the use gravity function on over here. So I rename the capsule to be the player. I can, if I need to, also tag him as being a player. Later on it's going to become a goal, but for the moment it doesn't matter at all as well. Okay, so now we have the camera photo script, which I'm gonna put in just on my camera, and the target is going to be the player, like that. And there's a height and a height damper, so it tries to keep the distance to that automatically. And I don't know how far that is going to be, and we need to figure out some numbers, because there are just some random things. And as you can tell, the camera is now going to follow up over here. Pretty good. But I guess the distance is quite too much. Maybe you're gonna give it an 8 and maybe a height of 6. Height damper of, I don't know, whatever. Later on I can introduce or use the virtual cam for that as well. So whenever now I go and do maximize and play, I should be able to to see the game view. And we can now move on to the top. It's starting to shake, and this starting to shake is because the mountain actually is slippery due through the fall down or the fall of things. So we want to make sure that we keep the character with, let's say, trees and boxes inside the, let's say, movable area. So if there is a mountain which is just too high and it starts to shake, we want to let them float down again until a specific position, or we let's say at a specific point there's no way to go on top of something. So I still try to go up over here, so we're gonna get a good look about the sizes. So from here we can look way far, which is cool. I cannot rotate the camera. I don't have any inputs for that. It's just staying as it is. So whatever we see is what we see. When we don't see anything, well, then it is what it is. And let's take a look where the barn is. It should be somewhere here in this greenish area. And there we go, there's the barn. So at this point, we just can say, okay, you have done a good job. I can put a collider on this object as well. So maybe we're gonna put a door or anything else, or some fences around, and so on and so forth. So there are a bunch of things we can implement from now on. So we don't know where we are starting story-wise, but this is actually not a bad start at all. So I have a movement done already. So now I need to find a way to trigger a battle whenever we move around. So I can fight against something using the memory idea. So for that I need a battle manager. I need to write a complete new battle manager because the old one is, well, it's kind of old actually. Then I need maybe an enemy list of 2 or 3 different enemies as an example. Like we talked about a wolf or wolf something, a mushroom, a huge one, a small one, I don't know. The sizes don't really matter. And we need to have a drag-in system. Let's say after a couple of seconds we want to get driven into a battle. We can also later on, based on collision, we can pick up items and I don't know, showcase them somewhere. Anyhow, I don't like the distance from the camera. I don't know why. Maybe higher is a bit better, or maybe it's because of the textures and the actual area is quite small. To make it a bit more beautiful, we can also place some trees, which do have actually nothing, not much. So here's one tree. Oh, actually that was just a tree trunk. I'm gonna take the complete one, and in that case I can make them small and big and stuff like that. I don't know how to place them. Maybe you can paint it later on automatically. And I want to give this a box collider. Why do I want to go and give it that box collider is rather simple. With a box collider I can simply just make sure that the character is not able to bypass specific areas, which we want to do no matter what. So whenever now I try to move against this little tree, let me try that. I want to make sure that this just has is not going to be a trigger collider, but if I go and push against that, I don't want this to move, and I don't want to have the possibility to pass or bypass that area, which is exactly what it now does. It just blocks our way to moving on top of things over here and so on. So probably we can do some fancy trick over here by pushing against it. So we need to make sure that the collider objects later on are high enough so the capsule is getting dragged down as much as possible. And so for that reason we can say, okay, we can keep the player directly in place if we are like having a bunch of trees around it over here. And of course you need to make sure that everything is good visible, and this for terrain it could be sometimes a bit troublesome. We can also rotate these as long as they kind of overlap each other. We shouldn't have any issues with that. We can also create a prefab later on, which is probably makes more sense if we go for redesigning things. We can also put in anything else like different mushrooms. We can also resize them if we want to. We can make a bigger tree here and a bit bigger, and maybe this one a bit bigger. So we have a differentiation in this as well. But at the moment I don't think that is going to be, let's say, necessary too much. And now we would have a tree or multiple trees, and we could not bypass them no matter what we try. And do it through the box colliders. They are going to be blocked at this point. Okay, so pretty good so far. So we have a moving character, we have something or some ideas to block things. And if we later on don't have anything, I would create a new empty. Let's say I name this one blocker or blocker object. And on these, it doesn't matter where the position of this blocker object is going to be. On these, I would create a bunch of cubes. And I could position and scale them, and the box collider around them will automatically fit as well. So I can say, okay, this long area with that height, it now looks like a wall. We can simplify that, and in that case we just make it big. We can say, okay, nobody is able to pass that area. We just need to make sure that it is like everywhere in between, and maybe, you know, blocking the complete path so we cannot slip through something. And in that case, we can use all these blocker objects or elements and block the complete road, or block the complete gaming area as an example. So I can tell, okay, nobody is allowed to go here, and we want to make sure that it is rotated kind of correctly, like that, and we don't have much gaps. Well, some gaps are okay, but not too much at least. And once done, once I decided, or once I put it up a frame around the playfield area later on, I can just disable the mesh render component on these, and we'd never see them, except we are selecting the blocker again and see, this is the actual blocked area. And since they have the collider on them, which are scaling automatically, we have a rather simple time. So we don't see the blockers now, but when we try to move here, it blocks me to go there. So in that case, we can put in some hidden treasure things, or we can block way at least. So our character is not able to bypass specific areas. And so we can say, okay, everything where is sand is a walkable area, and everything else is not. So that is the easiest way to keep our character inside the actual game scene. And yeah, let it, or give it the possibilities. And the cool part is, if we're gonna place something behind it wherever we start the story about all this trouble, like let's say we put another barn, and this is like our starting area where we are actually moving along. We can also put in content behind that barn, or like behind this building, like, you know, hide it over here, and we can also put in a fence around it. So let's assume we have some tree line here. We can also take some fence objects. I have one fence object here, which I also took from another project, and I can tell, okay, this one fence object needs to have a box collider as well. So we add it, and as long as I cannot jump, everything is good to go. So we cannot jump over this one fence. So I can go here, make it as big and as small, as thin, as high as I want. So no bad stuff actually is going to happen to this fence. I just try to figure out what would be the best for this. Gonna give it maybe some space here and there. And I can also put them next to each other and nothing would happen at all. And let's say, okay, this is our fence area, which we are not able to bypass. And then we can just position them. We can rotate them. We can copy them, Control D to duplicate, and put another fence over here. We can make it a bit more like destroyed, beautiful or ugly, whatever, totally up to us. And now we are not able to move through the fence at all, just because of this box collider. We don't really see much of the fence because the camera is actually above the building at the moment. But if we go here, then we can see, okay, we are literally unable to move around or through these fence objects. There's some push-up now, but as you can see, I fall down due to gravity. So there shouldn't be, I hope, there shouldn't be any way to bypass this area if we don't want it to happen. So we can make even a little prototype rather nice. Okay, so with that out of the way, we now know, or I now know, how to block things and how to do things. Now I can go further into designing and creating the actual battle system, because that's going to be the biggest thing over here. And even for that, I have some things I can take a look into. So I'm gonna create a scripts folder first. So you want to make sure that everything is sorted in a way that you know what's going on. I'm gonna put the two scripts into the scripts folder. Takes a second for the compiler to get that. That's why you sometimes see the loading. And this terrain actually Let me put it in here. I don't know why that is and what that actually is, because that terrain shouldn't be that but that. Because of this number. I guess this one terrain over here can be deleted. Yep. Good. So now I have everything about the terrain, like grass and stuff like that is here. Scripts are going to be here. Scenes are going to be here. Samples, well, they are just the sample tools and stuff, and we don't really touch the packages. So everything is kind of sorted already. Okay, so without going deeper now into the design, because it is going to change in the future anyways, I guess we are going to, or I'm going to introduce now the battle system. So there are multiple things I need to take care of. First one is I need an area in which I can do the battle, like an extra scene or a, let's say, sub-scene. Then I need to take care of where I am at what game or object position or a world space position, as well like I'm gonna save that so I can come back to the position where I have been whenever I got dragged into that. So I need to create another system for that. I believe the old one I was writing like some years ago is kind of obsolete. So I decide to create my own now, a new one actually. So I create a new subfolder here for the battle system. And what do we need? I need some kind of a drag-in mechanic, which is going to run like in the background. Like if I moved this and that amount of time, or I let a timer run, and no matter if you move or not, you're gonna get dragged into a battle. I don't know. I guess that is a bad idea. So if I have moved for, let's say, this and that amount of time, or a random between X and Y, I probably drag in or load the actual battle scene, and then I pick randomly inside the battle scene whenever the real battle starts. I drag in the character, or actually I just leave that one here maybe. I just don't know how I want to manage the battle itself. Probably maybe I do load the scene into this scene, or maybe I let it be directly at where the character currently is, because otherwise I would need to create like 10 or 5 or whatever different scenes based on the position where the characters are going to be. Actually, not a bad idea. Probably I should just keep that area as being the battle scene, but the introduction for the battle is something where maybe I want to use that in an extra scene. I don't know yet, but I guess I get there anyhow. So what I need is a battle. How do I name that? A drag to battle script, something like that, maybe. Drag to battle. So I need an object over here, which is going to store some information, as well as is managing all of that. Game manager object. I don't have anything. I don't have health or anything about the character yet, but I think that is okay. I'm gonna create a scriptable object later on for, let's say, the settings, which is probably also a bad idea. I don't know. So I wanna drag my character into a battle, and this is just shouldn't be too hard. I just need to have a timer, which goes up whenever my character moves. So I need to tell this object, or this object, I need to tell it where or how much did I move actually, like meters or seconds or something like that. So let me open this. I'm gonna wait until everything is loaded. And I don't want this to be like constantly running. I mean, I want, but until a specific point. Meaning once it got dragged into, or once I got dragged into the battle. So, and for that, we just need a good amount of time. So I guess I'm gonna create a min time and a max time, so I can anyhow make a difference. They need to be public, I guess, so we can change the drag in time, like the minimum and the maximum time about it. What else? Well, I need a coroutine, which is running this and that amount of time, but we need to upgrade the time, maybe not in a coroutine, because we only want to upgrade that or change the time based on moving around. And since I need to talk to drag to battle, I need to make it a public static, like a singleton. Drag to battle instance. And what else? We need a function which is taking care of that. So public void reduce or increase current time with a big I in the beginning, because otherwise it's going to hurt me or hurt or actually it says could you please make a big letter over there. So whenever I call this function or constantly call that, I maybe want to implement this, like meanwhile the character is moving along, I maybe want to increase this current time. I can also, maybe there's also another way to do this. Like, yeah, good question. Not quite sure. We do have a current time, which also of type float, current time. And then we need to have a chosen time. So the chosen time is whenever we leave the battle, we want to say, okay, whenever we leave the battle, we want to say that the drag to battle gets a new time. So we need to literally create a new time. So we say set public void, of course, void set new time or set new battle time. And which is going to be the chosen time or the battle time, maybe. Battle time. And so we say battle time. Oh, that was wrong. Battle time is equal to random dot range between min time and max time, whatever they are. Somewhere in between. Like if we say the smallest number is 7, the highest is 10, a number between is going to become picked or something. And in here we want to count up the time by whatever the number is, I guess. Not quite sure. Maybe we're gonna do this different later on. The mechanic over here, meaning we need to increase the current time. So we need to say current time plus equal something, whatever something is going to be. Let's say 0.1. And then we need to do the check, like if the current time is bigger or equal the battle time, then we want to go and start a battle. I'm gonna make a command here, start a battle. Something like that. And then once again, whenever we are coming out of the battle, we probably want to go and pick a new one, pick a new battle time, so it's going to be different. And now we just need to increase the current time whenever we are, let's say, hitting a button. So we constantly, meanwhile holding down the button, meanwhile moving around and stuff like that, we want to constantly increase the current time over here, which is probably a bad idea because of the character itself. It has this input, and we need to do an extra check for that. So if movement is actually changing, or if input X or input Z are going to be bigger than 0, then we need to count it up. But since update is constantly running and 60 times a second, it can happen that this function also gets called 60 times a second. So probably the drag in functionality for that particular case is not a good one. So probably I'm gonna go and do it a bit different over here. Or we do have an internal timer, but even that could be troublesome over here. Or we're gonna do a rather small amount of, oh no, we do it different. We'd say something like plus equal time dot delta time. Why not? So whenever we call that, we increase that. Meanwhile, we call that, we increase it by time dot delta time. Does it make sense? I don't know. If input dot or input Z, or what is it? Input X is bigger than 0, or input Z is bigger than 0, then we want to call the drag to battle.instance dot whatever the function name is, increase current time. Maybe I name this increase battle timer. Battle timer. And here I'm gonna put in a debug line, debug.log a battle should start now. So and whenever we set the battle time, probably I'm gonna put this in the start function. So something like void start. So we have any battle time at the very beginning set already. We call set new battle time at the first place and save that. And in here we just say dot increase the actual battle timer by time dot delta time in this particular case. Probably I can also put it a bit different later on. I don't know. Maybe we're gonna have some issues later. We will see. I don't know. So I let the compiler run and see. Okay, I can now take the 7 and 10 seconds or some other float numbers over here, and I should see stuff in the console once I move at least 7 seconds or something like that. I'm gonna go out of maximize and place so I can see the console like instantly. Currently nothing is happening, but if I now hit the up key, character update gives me back a null reference at line 23, which is going to be the drag to battle instance. Why is that? Oh, because the instance has not been created. So in that case we need to go void awake and say instance is equal to this, just like that. And now we should have an instance of that, so the singleton is actually able to catch the data or get the data from our input. So let's try again. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And now we have this, a battle should now start. And of course this is now firing quite a lot, because, well, that's the thing. So it would only fire, hopefully it should only fire once, load the scene whenever the time is gone. We can also see whenever we go to debug mode over here, we can also see, okay, the battle time, the chosen battle time is 7.25 something like seconds, and the current time is 0. So whenever I now go a bit and I let go, it doesn't increase it anymore. So whenever I keep going, I now have 2 seconds movement, but it doesn't continue. It only does that if I go hit the right key, the left key, or actually the left key is not going here, and also the back key is not counting here as well. Why is that so? Because the actual movement over here, it is basically also having a negative input, so it should be not a positive or a negative input. So currently we are just checking only for one or the other direction, but never for directly for 0. So I try to put in another OR statement and paste that stuff here and say smaller than 0 over here and smaller than that over here as well. I don't know if that works, but we want to avoid that when any of them is completely, or all of them are completely 0 literally, that we don't count that one up. Let's try that. I could also probably use absolute values over here, but for the moment it doesn't really matter. So the current time gets calculated to 8:99. I go forward, I go left, I go right, I left, I can go back, and it keeps stopping. So it means whenever I don't move, and it doesn't matter in which direction I'm going to move, it's going to pop up, and now it triggers the battle once I have moved long enough, I would say. Pretty good. So the counting up to drag in random battle by a random battle time could be 7 seconds, could be 10 seconds, or could be somewhere higher or lower depending on how we want to actually do that. So in drag to battle I can now actually start a new scene if I want to get into the battle. That's what we're gonna do now, or what I'm gonna do now, since the rest of the prototype for the moment is done. I guess I'm gonna create a complete new scene right now because it's probably easier to handle for me. So I don't really need to put in all the content into my main scene, so I can load new scenes. Like one battle scene at all, I probably go and later on put a bit of design based on what it is, differentiate between objects. And I need to remember, when I load this, I need to remember where I have been before, like the world space coordinate of the character. So that means I need to put it somewhere. I need to have a static member anywhere, which is a static vector actually, which is storing the information about it. And the battle scene doesn't contain any movement. It just contains the main character, which is always going to be inside. We don't have any guys and girls coming with us. We are just ourselves. We don't take care of any teammate stuff and so on and so forth. We just need to make sure that we have our own thing. I'm gonna mute you guys for a second so I can talk to my teammate. Hi there, Ergun. What is your problem with the Stack Overflow stuff? Could you send a link or something? Yeah, try to pass in the link so I might have a second or two to take a look into. But um, yeah, I can try to give you an idea. Maybe you can explain something about it so I don't have to read too much about it. And maybe I can give you some idea. I don't see any link, so I cannot click on anything, and I cannot see any kind of a photo. I don't know where you pasted or posted that, but it's not here in the chat. So if you want me to take a look into something, just put a link into the chat. Maybe it got blocked automatically from the chat. So maybe you can just give me, or I don't know, give me an idea about what you want to solve, and maybe I can help you just by talking about it, and maybe that makes sense in any case. I don't know. Maybe you can just try to send me an idea or whatever your problem is you want to solve. So currently I cannot take a look into any links. As you can see, you can paste them in the chat, but they currently don't arrive here. So, or you split them, or you don't do something like a www something, but maybe only Stack Overflow, and then you don't put a .com or something, and I don't know, something like that. Or you just write about the problem and I try to explain how I would do it, something like that. Yeah, that came through kind of, but I guess after move /t or -t, I believe maybe there's something missing afterwards as well. And is it stackoverflow.com and then the rest you sent? Okay, I got your website open. Okay, but I don't know, I don't understand the actual problem, because the center of rotation is going to be in the center of the biggest or the smallest circle. So you literally just hook up the player to a centered object and then just rotate the centered object, so you don't have to mess around with any mathematical calculations. On the other one hand, you could do mathf dot pi times whatever to get the radius of the circle, the outer circle or the inner circle, and then rotate by using quaternion dot rotation times whatever. Maybe that helps. You're welcome. The last step you just need to do is just do something like quaternion dot rotate towards a point or towards towards something, towards a rotation literally. Then you can pass in any angle, I guess. Just take a look into the Unity API about quaternion dot rotation or rotate towards point XYZ, whatever. So I've just added a randomizer for picking a random enemy to be spawned. Based on scriptable objects, I just prepared some prefabs, as you have seen, as well as a card base for each of them, characters or enemies, which have different stats based on whatever I set them to. Also, I put it in some undraw gizmos, or unvalidate actually, like whenever I do any input, that the total number over here is not going to be over or even under 9, so I get the player is set correctly, the wolf is set correctly, as well as the mushroom is set correctly, meaning I don't have any, let's say, odd or even numbers, because I want to have later on a playfield on a 3x3 in this memory thing, meaning I want to pick the corresponding, based on these settings, I want to enter or implement corresponding card deck amounts. Like if I put heal cards to be 1, it means that 2 cards are going to be automatically in the deck. Before I go and shuffle, I need to make sure that I create all of them beforehand, like by iterating through, and I need to double the first, the second, and the third one. But the last one, the bad cards, which are actually giving the possibility for the other player to literally do a opposite or an opponent attack or something like that. So every time you pick a bad card, you get instant damage, or the opponent is going to have the next turn. So it's more or less like a turn-based battle based on the bad cards. So whenever you pick a bad card, the turn is going to switch, and probably later on we're gonna do that a bit different. Like when you have no turn, also the opponent is going to have its next turn. So whenever you don't have a match, literally, and if all the cards are literally taken except the last, the bad card, then I'm gonna go and switch the turn, or actually switch the battle card deck, or in this case probably just reshuffle and refill the field over there. And that's basically what I just did in the last time, I would say. So now I think about, or we were thinking about, okay, putting this in a 2D manner or in a 3D manner. We were deciding for a 2D manner. So putting some kind of a UI field with a placeholder and a grid-based or grid layout group or something, in which we can just select them cards. And say, once we have picked 2, based on the settings over here, we're gonna do the arrangement, meaning whenever one turn is done, then the opposite has its own playfield, its own card, so we can play around with different card designs in the end. And so whenever all 8 or whatever the amount is minus the bad cards are completely open, then we reshuffle the deck, close everything again, and start the battle again until nobody is actually left at this point. So one or the other player, like if the enemy has died literally or lost the game, or if the actual player has lost the game. And we can also, whenever we do an attack or something, we can play an animation based on whatever has been chosen by this battle system. And so we can, for the next round, if we pick a block, for example, we cannot block on the next time except we have another block card deck to be opened, and vice versa. Same for healing. If you have a player heal card, or you get open a heal deck, then you can heal whatever amount, like 1 or 2 HP, depending on how much every side has. And based on that, we can keep on continue attacking or healing. But if it is a 1 HP enemy, then of course it can be a rather quick battle, so we probably implement something like 2 or 3 HP per enemy. We can define that, or I can define that, based on these settings. I can put in later on inside the enemies themselves, like using this HP number over here, and then I can just check once damage has been taken, then we can reduce the HP. And for that, I'm gonna go and store this information into the current enemy and of course the current player. Whenever we go into a battle, we probably start full HP, so we don't have to take care too much about healing on the way to our goal. So something like that, but we don't know exactly at the moment. Probably we change our mind on the road a bit later on. That's it so far. So I'm going to continue now by trying to implement a rather solid system for the cards to be opened. And I'm going to do this in 2D, I guess. So I'm going to be a bit quiet since I need to concentrate on that for now and at the moment. Since the newest versions of Unity are not having instantly the sprite editor included, I need to go to the package manager in the Unity register file and need to download the actual sprite editor for that. I believe it's somewhere about 2D Sprite should be the one. As you can see, use the sprite editor window to create and edit the properties over here. So we need to install or even download, depending on if you have downloaded this one before. You need to implement that, otherwise you cannot use the sprite editor over here. That's what I do now, so I can cut my cards or my card deck into multiple cards without doing, literally without doing anything. So I can automatically do that over here. Hey Han Solo, thanks a lot for tuning in. Hey, how am I? Well, I'm kind of fine. I'm just a bit busy with this actual running game jam over here, which I'm doing with one of my friends. And yeah, we are good in time, I would say. He might be a bit off, but yeah, we are good here. We just started like I don't know, for 5-6 hours ago, somewhere around that. As the stream already goes 6 hours from now on, or since 6 hours actually. So I believe, I hope we are good in time. So probably I can get all the basics done today, and I try to put all the mechanics into the play. So before we are going to go into, let's say, design details and stuff like that, we are trying to get the systems running like any kind of system we wanted to implement. I don't know if you got an overview already about it, but we are going to create some kind of an RPG mixed with a memory type battle system in which the player is going to battle against AI with a 3x3 field, and that's what I'm currently working on, is trying to get some kind of a system running in which the player has to open 2 or more cards. In our case, we have per each turn two cards can be opened, and if they do match, then whatever is on top of this card, whatever the card represents later on, it's going to be performed by the player or even the enemy, depending on whose turn is. So, for example, if you're dragging a heal card, or 2 heal cards literally, then you're healing the character by whatever amount, we don't know yet. And same for the AI or for any type of enemy. And on the other hand, when we drag 2 attack cards, then of course we do damage to the enemy, something like that. And there's also a defense, so whenever a turn is over, the opposite guy is going to have its turn. And there are also bad cards like once you hit or open one of them by bad cards, the opposite, like you cannot perform the rest of the turn and the enemy is going to take over, and vice versa as well. So if the enemy takes or opens a bad card, then the actual player is going to get its turn back and can try again and try to do damage. And once the field is literally cleared, except all the bad cards, which are not clearable, there's no match possibility with that later on. Well, that's what we are working for. Then we're gonna reshuffle the deck and bring back a new shuffle deck literally, so we can try to figure out more until the player is dying or as game over, or the actual opponent is game over. So yeah, in total we are quite busy over here with that. So if you have any questions, feel free to ask, and if you have anything else, or maybe some, I don't know, something to tell me, feel free to do so. I'm continuously reading the chat, but not much is coming from you guys at the moment. So and the most of the time I have to concentrate on to the work. So yeah, I will answer whenever you have questions or something like that. So feel free to answer or ask any questions if you want to. So yeah, if you guys never enjoyed a game jam in total, you'll probably want to test it out. Just go to itch.io or any other good website you know about. There are constantly some game jams running, and you can literally go at any time and join one of them. Just take a look how that works and how they connect, usually using Discord or something to connect to each other, and then building team ups or teams, and then you're good to go, and you can test your skill in a rather short amount of time, like how far are you really in game development. Or probably if you only do 2D, then you probably find somebody to work with you, or even if you're 3D, then you probably also find people to work with. So if you don't like to do programming or graphics, then you can hook up with people who like to create the graphics or who like to create the 3D art and so on. So that's it from me, from my side for the moment. So I go and continue right now. So once again, if you have any questions, feel free to ask or whatever. Probably I can help you with this and that stuff. I don't know. Up to you. So far. So a little update from my side. The actual card management and the card deck shuffling is working so far. I'm able to open 2 cards and then the turn is switching to the opponent. Currently I want to make it so that the AI is picking a random card from a possible card deck, or actually from possible cards, which I'm going to store over here. And the orange field is going to be the one which is literally being the enemy's turn or the enemy's play field. It seems I have a small error here. Seems I forgot to add a reference or get a reference from something. Anyway, when I go and do one or the other card change, or I just open and close them, or they're gonna close automatically after 1 second, which I used a coroutine for, or actually 2 coroutines, one for the match and one from just switching the player because there was no match, because otherwise it would be too fast and nobody could notice. I mean, the player couldn't notice what he have checked beforehand or what he was clicking beforehand. So in that case, I added a coroutine, just a 1 second delay literally, so everybody or the player in total is able to see what's going on over there, and until it hasn't changed back literally, there is no other turn possible. And to do the AI movement again, I just try to fiddle around with that. Somehow it seems I just forgot to add something over here. I'm not quite sure where that literally comes from, but that's what I'm gonna check out now. Okay, it just seems I forgot to save the actual card script, so now it should be there that when the player is currently starting the first round, later on I'm gonna randomize that, and once the player is now done with input at this current stage and I press play, me as a player should be able to do 1 input, and I did no match. Now the actual player is able to, or the actual enemy is going to do that, and I want to avoid that I'm able to do some inputs whenever the enemy's turn is going to be. So currently I can't do any kind of inputs, or still can do any kind of inputs. So I need to decide who actually has that turn over here, and based on that I want to tell the player not to be able to click on one of them buttons over here, so only the AI is the one who should do the inputs over here. So in that case, whenever I enable the turn over here and it says, okay, show this player turn, and if it's not the current player turn, I want to make sure that turn possible is equal to false. So meaning when a card notifies that there is no turn possible, like here, then we just should literally go and return. But anyhow, it seems that this one is not getting the return over here, so it doesn't read it. It seems it doesn't read it correct. So I need to figure out where this comes from, but I guess it's because from the chosen card, maybe. So I need to define, or need to find out why the turn for a non-player literally is still able to do a turn over here. So what I now want to do is I want to pick one of them cards and use the add chosen card function, which I was writing beforehand for the actual user. So the AI can literally do the same thing. It can now go through the possible cards list, because everything which has a match is not pickable anymore, and only the ones which have no match. So I need to do 2 iterations. The first one is pick a card, and then I need to get rid of that one card. The downside is I need to do one specific card thing here, so probably I'm gonna find a way to make it a bit more readable later on, or usable. So literally I just need to go in once again and get the actual card from the game object over here, since I only store game objects in the player card list, or in this case in the enemy card list, but not inside the enemy deck. So I need to now let the AI pick 2 cards or 2 objects and take the cards of them to use the add chosen card function. And based on the picks, and probably I'm gonna put another little delay in between, like one, or I pick them one after another, like literally directly. But afterwards, if they do match, then they do actually it should do the same actually. And if there is a match, it should switch the player. Otherwise, it should close the card and switch the player afterwards, literally. So but that is like what I want to do, start with right now. So the enemy is able, or yeah, our AI or my AI is able to do these turns automatically right now. I try that out right now and try to figure out why I am still able as a player to pick cards from the enemy deck. So now the AI is able to play against the actual player. The AI is picking rather quick, like literally instant, and once the complete playfield is literally played fully, it will get into the argument out of range exception because there are no matches left and there's no last card to pick. So in that case, we need to make sure that I need to make sure that I reshuffle the actual game field for the AI, and I should do the same for the player later on as well. But for the moment, the AI is able to pick random cards and only choose ones which haven't been matched yet. And also, it's taking care of the one which has been picked already, so it cannot pick the same thing twice. There's still this issue when there is AI involved that probably I'm able to select one of them cards. So like if I would just go here and command the stuff out and save, it might happen that I'm still able to do a turn whenever the AI should have its turn only, and I want to avoid that. So maybe I should just now I can pick that. Maybe I should just disable the input by maybe by the buttons themselves, like making them not interactable overall, or maybe I find a way to still let them be interactable but not reacting to my input. So that means literally when I do the click over here, I want to make sure that this is not open. And I guess instead of an OR operator, I might need to go an AND operator. So it doesn't matter if it is open and no turn is possible. Probably that is going to fix my actual issue instead of using an OR operator. So one or the other. In this case, we want to have an AND operator. So one and the other option should not be available. So I'm going to try that out right now. Nope, I'm still able to pick them, which is actually bad. So that is not the actual issue over here. So an AND or an OR operator don't really matter. So I need to find a way again to make sure that the memory manager in this case gets the turn possible, or the possible turn is actually not triggering over here. So I am not able to change the sprite by the player input literally. And the card does not care about what it is about literally. So it goes through this code, it doesn't return at this point, and I want to avoid that. I need to find a way to actually solve that actual issue. So the best way to avoid double click or actually clicking on enemies buttons, I just disabled them now by using the button.interactable. So whenever there's something showing up, or actually whenever this complete deck is created, I just deactivate them so nobody can actually press on the enemy buttons. And also I tinted the disabled color so that it is full color and white again, so it does look as usual. And probably I'm gonna put a higher delay so we can see better. Like instead of 1 second, I'm gonna put 2 or 3 seconds so the player can see what the last match of the enemy has been. So yeah, we as a player or the players at all can check against that and see why that actually happened. Over there, I just by mistake disabled autosave, which I didn't want it to. And yeah, now I can literally continue with the result checking. So what should happen when what match has been actually matched. So if there has been an ID of 2 or 1 in this case, or I believe it's 0 for doing an attack, then I should reduce the health of the enemy, and the battle manager needs to know and understand what the result of that has been. Also, I need to reshuffle the deck whenever on the game field and also close all the cards again to see or to have more match possibilities over here. So I just literally clean up everything, delete all the game objects and create just new ones whenever that is done based on the same settings. And since I've created those functions, I can just literally reuse them to get a more valid or another valid playfield over here. So we don't get this argument index or this argument out of range exception over here, since that was actually popping up due through the settings of the actual enemy, which had an uneven matchable possibilities over here because of the bad cards. The bad cards are going to be able to block matches. Also, I want to handle the bad cards a bit different. Like whenever you touch a bad card, you automatically, no matter if you are done with your turn or not, that the bad cards are automatically switching turn without you doing anything. So even if it is a second card over there, it literally pops back everything, and so the opponent player has its next turn. So that is what I want to implement the next. So the memory game is literally done, so the field is automatically resetting itself whenever there are no possible matches at all. And that means, well, I can continue now with the other content, like going to get something like damage or something to the one or the other opponent, or doing a heal, or doing this or doing that. So depending on whatever the result of the match has been, I need to send this result of the match. So I need to know the card ID I was matching before, need to send it to the game, to the battle manager, who hopefully knows about all the guys which are involved in the battle. So afterwards the damage can be taken or whatever, and I'm not quite sure if I do something like health bars, which could be possible at this point, or I just use numbers, whatever. But probably a health bar is not a bad idea at all. So just one enemy maybe has 2 hit points, another one has 3, another one has whatever, and the player has something like 5. So because, yeah, he may need to be more healthy. Not quite sure how good the AI is going to be later on in playing, but it's just randomly picking cards, so it can be good or even bad. So it's like a 50-50 chance probably to do more damage to the actual player than the player can probably do to the enemy. Also, I need to implement some kind of a delay, between, so when I hide the playfield, like the memory matching play field for the, let's say for the enemy, I want to have the other one hidden as well, so I need some time so I can perform the action on screen, like doing a animation or something like that, which probably takes 3 seconds, and then after the 3 seconds I want to unhide the next thing. And this is where the state machine comes in place. I have implemented in the battle manager itself, which I can just, whenever I want to, switch the turn. So I literally turn the turn, or do the turn actually whenever the time is over, whenever the possible animation was doing something. So something like a heal animation or whatever, I don't know, and or a hit or a kick or whatever animation based on the attack, and or a shielding animation. So I'm holding up my arm or holding up a real shield, I don't know really. Something like a defensive state, I would say. So there are differences to be seen whenever this battle is going to happen. Or maybe I do this with some other things, like maybe some little animations in case of 2D, probably like an overlay, like a, I don't know, like a boxing glove or something is going to just show up, and then I decrease the actual health from it. So there are a bunch of possibilities over here, and, well, yeah, I guess I take one of them. I don't know really. But this is part of the game for the actual battle manager. So whenever the turn is complete and the memory manager says, "Hey, the turn is complete, please switch to whoever has the next one," I'm gonna need to put in the actual time or a timer for all the actual animations over here. Then I can do something like, hey, move this enemy to this player or next to it, or like in front of it, like 0.5 or whatever, 1 meter in front of it, and do an attack as an example. Or I can also do, once again, let them go into the center if I want to, do some action and then go back. But only one is doing something at a time. So I can literally move the enemy to a spot, a given spot, or just a measured spot in front of the player, and vice versa. Like if the player is going to attack the enemy and he has a defense, of course I need to do some calculation with that. But then I can do literally have like a turn-based battle or attack system, something like that. And if it is a heal, it could be like in Final Fantasy, the player or the character just goes a bit in front, does a heal animation, and then goes back where it came from. Literally something like that. So I would just go and shift the actual things, the actual characters back and forth. So whenever I now do call the turn complete, I need to know if there has been a match at the first place, and I need to know what was actually happening over here. And based on that, I can act. So meaning, if I know this has been a player and it has have a attack, like a ID of 0 in its card match, then I can go and do the attack animation for the player. Vice versa, can do the same for the enemy. Vice versa, can do it for health, for anything else. That's what I would like, or would go for, actually. So, yeah, this is something I want to aim for right now. So now my enemy as well as the player are able to attack each other literally visually. So what I want to do is, before I actually continue playing the game, I want to disable all the views. I want to make sure that whenever this animation is going to play, so we know really what's going on, and probably we can do something, or I can do something with the camera or something like that, that I have the possibility to pinpoint that. Maybe I can also play around with the camera later on, making maybe some nice transitions, using probably using the, what is it called, Cinemachine cameras later on to do some close-ups or on-vision things, so I get more movement into it. But this is something I actually want to pinpoint later on. So maybe I can do something like putting or holding both objects, both enemies literally, into the frustrum, and so I can have a close-up, or I can have a far away down whenever they move back, so I have like a bit more movement in the end. But again, this is part of the Cinemachine, which I probably, depending on if I have the time or not, implement whenever I can. What I mean by that is I need to do other things first. Otherwise, it's literally impossible for me to do fine-tune small things. I need to have all the systems running first. So what I want to do now is, before or whenever I go into this handle turn, or whenever my turn or any turn is done, I want to deactivate, like before or whenever we get into handle turns from the memory manager, I want to make it so that before I call the switch player and go into the handle results, I want to deactivate all the, well, all the playfields. So no matter if I see one or not. And I want to do this here, and I want to do this there. So since I want to do this twice, literally what I could do is I could use just a simple function for that, just to keep it rather clean over here. So I can say hide all panels, or playfields, or whatever, hide all panels. And so I just take literally that things, and it doesn't matter who is who and what is what, because in the next turn everything should be enabled, whichever necessary is. And so I could also in start, whenever I call the memory game manager the first place, I can hide them all for the intro, and once I'm back, once I'm done with whatever introduction I need for each battle, then I can go and unhide whatever necessary, in this case calling this show field over here, which I do, well, literally whenever I switch player, or whenever my next turn is going to happen over here. Well, it is like when I create the decks. After creating the deck, or even here, whenever I created all the decks and I'm enabling a turn, then I show whoever has a turn over there. If it is an AI turn, well, then I show AI, otherwise I do show player. So in that case, I can now go into and hide all panels whenever I did some good attack over here, or actually any attack. So before we go handle results, I can call hide all panels. Well, hide all panels over here, and I want to hide all panels over here before I actually report to the battle manager to, take care of anything. So in between each of them steps, I should have little gaps and little nothing, because currently I don't have any animations for attack and stuff, so this is going to become more interesting later on. So currently it's rather quick, so I don't see that enable and disable. I only see that if I do an attack. So now I can see I perform the attack, I go back then and should enable for the enemy's turn, so we see what the enemy actually did before. I'm not quite sure if the enemy is really knowing what he is doing over there and if everything is working the way it should, but it seems so. So per each turn, now I don't really handle how to protect, like using the shield, and doing no calculations on this at the moment. Same for the damage, so whenever I do damage to the opponent, that I don't really see what's going to happen over there, which is okay. I don't think the enemy even attacked me, did it? I mean, does it even have an attack? I don't really know. Probably we should find out if an enemy has no possibility to attack and only is a defense literally a defense enemy. It doesn't really make sense to have one enemy at all, don't we? So probably I give one of them a bit more attack cards and another one more healing or more defense cards. So I need to define later on what enemy is going to have what amount of cards. Also, I'm thinking about currently changing the system quite a bit. So meaning every time I have a match, I completely reshuffle the deck, which probably makes it even more interesting. So at the first place, we are looking for something, probably something specific. And on the other hand, whenever we found it, whatever it was we were looking for, like for example, I wanted to shield, then I gonna reshuffle the complete deck, which is now absolutely possible, because every time we do have a match, we can just say, okay, we want to reshuffle completely over here without taking care of anything else. So currently the distance between this character and this, literally this character, is only 1. So I want to add up maybe 1 more to each of them, or probably 1.5 in total. So what does it mean in Game Manager? Whenever we do this movements over here, I just need to add a bit more to this offset over here. So it's something like a 0.5f or 1.5f, and same here, a negative 1.5f. But also it depends later on what kind how big the actual enemy later on is going to be, as well as how big the actual character is going to be. So if it is a mushroom doesn't seem to have any type of attack, only defense, so, and heal, a lot of heal. So probably I want to reassemble this this enemy over here, like let's see what his card is. Yeah, he doesn't have any attack card, so I should give him at least 1, and maybe no healing card probably. And he can have 3 bad cards. Probably can give him 2 as well, but then we're gonna have a 4 and a 2. We have a 6. So it's like an uneven number. So we can give him a 1 or a 3. So now it says mushroom is set up correctly once again, like whenever we validate the numbers, which is good. And so now the actual enemy, or the mushroom at all, has at least 1 ability to attack us. The wolf should have 2, so he should be able to at least attack us twice with his deck, depending on, well, whatever he is about, I guess. I'm not quite sure. So, and I want to do this bad event over here. I want to have an instant bad event. So whenever we hit the bad event, that we are not able to perform this turn and give our board or give the turn instantly to the enemy over here. So now I should get a new board over here, which works pretty good. So I just get rid of everything and restart from scratch, literally, until I'm literally the winner later on. Now we have a bit bigger gap over here, which looks way better. So depending on where the pivot point of the actual wolf character is going to be later on, I am able to modify that pivot point actually. Still play animations like walk animation and so on whenever I'm wherever I want it to be. And I can do like a claw something attack. And in the end, I should be able to have some fluid workflow. So what I want to do now is, whenever we are done with this battle, when I am done with this battle, I need to go back into the battles, into the world. And before I go in here, I need to store the content or the world, like the world position, literally. And since I don't have any stats on the character, well, currently we don't have, but we can implement them, like having a bunch of statics about health and so on. I may go and store something like that in just a static member class, something like that. So we don't go save anything over here, I would say. Since the game is probably not longer than half an hour to play through, then depending on how much battles you're gonna encounter later on, depending on how we wanna design and fine-tune that later on as well. So literally what I want to test now is I want to save that scene, that battle scene, and I want to add this into the build. Add open scenes. And also I can go to the scenes folder. And I want to rename the sample scene to be world map. World map. Since later on we're gonna have more stuff, we need a yeah, what do we need? We need an actual overview, or maybe a game start screen, something like that, which is going to represent ourselves as being the guys who are going to create that. So why do I want to have them in the build is rather simple. Whenever I want to change the scene, like after the battle has been won, I want to change back the scene to the world scene as an example from here, and vice versa. If I want to go drag my character into this battle, I want to see this battle screen once we are starting, or once we get dragged in. So in the battle manager, I want to have something like a win or lose or whatever. Let's say void win or lose. And in here I can just define, whenever this is called, I want to go back to the scene, to the actual world map. What we need to do is again using the scene management system. So in that case I need to implement the namespace using Unity, I believe it's engine.scene management. And in the very bottom where my win or lose stuff is, I want to say scene manager dot load scene. I could also go and load this asynchronously, but it doesn't really make sense. Now I can put in a name or a scene in build, or whatever. So any kind of an index. In our case, the current index is 0 based on the world, but it's probably better to put in the actual scene name. So I want to make sure I copy the name from the scene over here, so I'm 100% sure that it's going to match later on. So I'm gonna use and paste the world map scene over here. That's where I want to go. And when I drag into battle, when I'm in this one part over here, like whenever we should start the battle, I want to do literally the same. Instead of calling the world map, I want to go into the battle scene. So in that case, I can say something like using Unity engine. Again, same thing. .scene management. Now I can literally go and take this part, copy. And over here, I just want to say, hey, scene manager.load scene, and in this case, I want to go into the battle scene. So without having any typos, hopefully, I just go and select the scene once again, get the 100% correct scene name by copying it. Need to wait until all the scripts have been compiled over here. Copy that name. With F2 you can always rename stuff, like at least on the PC. I'm not quite sure about the Mac. So I'm gonna pass over battle scene. Don't forget to save. Same here. And now I can literally go to the world map and do something. Then I can, let's say, at start a coroutine and see if I can come back to the world map after being done with that. So what I now can do is I can now see, meanwhile being inside the game manager, when I start to move around, I'm gonna have to walk somewhere between 7 and 10 seconds, and then I should get dragged into the battle scene, in which we just are. We have now the enemy of being a mushroom, and now the battle starts. So far so good. So now I'm able to play against the mushroom and try to battle him and kill him, whatever. I just don't know where the cards are, but the mushroom doesn't know as well. So then I can go do damage, and then I have to literally check against that. So whenever the mushroom has no HP left, and there is no timer currently, which makes me maybe auto turn or something, which I could implement as well, like if you're too lazy to fight after 10 seconds or something, or maybe there's an auto choose button or something like that. So basically we can make our player being an AI player here as well, but that is not really the aim for a game, right? So we want to do something at least. Whenever we want to heal, then we also need to add health to us. And the mushroom currently, I believe, hasn't been attacked over here, I guess. So I can do attacks, but the mushroom he has not done any attack yet. I want to try to check out if he was actually able to do an attack. So no attack yet. Okay, at least he has an attack possibility. So we want to try to trigger that as well. Or I want to try to trigger that as well. I don't even remember where my cards are. Quite tired already. Or at least kind of bit. Again, I want to get rid of that baddie. Or the bad functionality, like losing the turn. Can do another attack. So if he would have like a 3 HP, he would be done already. Or I could, if he would now do an attack, I would have a shield. And even that, this is something what I could take a look into as well. I probably can save up to 3 shields. Or it only holds for this one round, so whenever he attacks, and I do have a shield for this particular round, it depends on who was first. So if he gets a shield and I'm the next, then I hit him, then I can destroy the shield, or he's going to, or actually I don't really do damage, or just reduce damage, for example. But on the other hand, I could also go against the shield. The shield breaks, but in the next turn the shield would go down anyways. So all of that depends a little bit on how I want to structure that later on. Like how do I want to modify it so that my player is maybe able, or both of them are able to put up to 3 shields on top of each other or something like that. And since there are no buffs or anything, I don't have any super attack at the moment, which I probably implement later on as well, like a possibility to get a super attack, like whenever I create a new card field, that I'm able to do that. Fun part, I never saw the mushroom attack yet, I guess. I want to try to trigger that. Or at least want to see if he is able to trigger this. Okay, there we go. He is able to attack. Pretty good. So most of the time he's more like healing and having bad things. So he's not a good attacker at all. But he can take care of him, which is absolutely good. So now I can move around, get into a battle. Now I need to just define when a battle is over. So literally taking a copy of taking a copy of the stats of each character which gets loaded in, decrease them stats, and afterwards getting back onto the world map. So the world map, again explained, is literally we are going to have something like probably some hidden objects. So if nobody knows what's going to be in there, the player has the ability to go onto the route and see what's going to be, let's say, hidden over here. We need to make sure that he is not able to go away from the path, and probably he doesn't find the grandma at the first place. So, and it depends on which route the players are going to take, and everywhere is going to be a bunch of trees. Since it's going to happen, most of the stuff is going to happen in the trees. Maybe this is going to be more a desertish area, we don't know yet. But we are going to start over here. Here is going to be the goal. And then depending on if we redesign the map at all, then we probably go forward and change some things accordingly. So probably we're gonna do the goal somewhere else. But it's kind of nice to have them next to each other. But we want to make sure that we are not able, or the players are not allowed to go away or go like this way over here. And also we may be able to protect the vision to this. So maybe we're gonna do some objects around it, a bunch of trees, like a super fancy amount of trees, so you are not even able to look through the walls over there. So yeah, moving along is going to take quite some time. Like if we would always go in the route, you don't know, do I have to go left, do I have to go right, because you don't see that. And this is the cool thing. So at the very first time, literally, you can try to figure out, do I want to go left? Probably there's some hidden object over here which we may need for someone else or something else. Maybe we find a key item, and then here is going to be maybe the key's chest. So if you don't take that, you probably don't get the chest. Whatever is inside doesn't matter actually. Or we're gonna put a key over here, and we're gonna put like a fence or something else, which on key item actually. So we need to have the item before we can bypass, let's say, this area. And same for other areas. For example, we find the building, the house key for the grandmom's house over here. So you have to go there. You have to find it before you are actually able to enter the house, or actually to finalize the the actual game over here. So we have a route, a given route, as well as we have the possibility to put some items or some key features or key items somewhere, so it's more like an adventure. And we can put in anything in between. We can do a bunch of flowers and stuff, so we can make it beautiful if we want to. We just need to figure out what is the quickest way to do it, since the almost first 10 hours are gone. So we don't have much time left. It's like since we need to sleep, I need to sleep soon as well, and my friend is going to sleep already. We need to figure out what we need actually. So what is the actual time? So again, most of the stuff already works. The prototype is able to move along, is going to be dragged into the battle, and I believe that's what I'm going to finish right now. And as a last step, like I'm trying to find a way to have some HP and reduce HP, so I can go back whenever whoever has no HP left, that I'm able to end the battle actually. Maybe I also do some rather quick let's say health bar or something about it with some values. There are a bunch of possibilities, like with scaling. Hi Ninja Coda. Bye bye Ninja Coda. Fun part. So yeah, that's probably what I want to do for the next half an hour, and then I go to sleep as well, I guess, because I worked quite a good amount already on that. So whenever one or the other has no HP left, I'm gonna be able to put in a win or just call the win or lose. I just don't know what to happen or what's going to happen when I lose a battle. I mean, we don't want to die. We don't want to do something weird. So we may be able to, I don't know, lose something or get something. Or maybe, I don't know, we have like 3 lives in total. When you lose 3 times, maybe then you, I don't know, have to restart the game. I don't know. Yeah, I really don't know. But yeah, maybe you guys have some ideas. Whenever I wake up and like maybe get some from you, I don't know. Usually I don't like to work with those sliders as being an enemy HP bar, literally. So I want to see if that makes any difference. Like as an example, I can say what is the maximum value, what is the minimum value over here, and depending on that I can define, or should be able to define, the complete fill area as well as the actual background. Probably I want to make it like that thing. And the pixels per unit multiplier should be somewhere like probably 8. So I can even scale that background up and down and whatever I need to. Same for the actual fill area. Should be able to fill that up. And I should also be able to make it, let's say, rather close to where I want this to be. And probably I can put the background more like in top of it. So, and when I now go and reduce that number down here, should work. There's one thing, is the minimum value over here seems to be kind of off, but I can at least go and tint that and make it maybe more useful. And also what I can do is with these sliders is probably changing the maximum value based on whatever the enemy type is going to be. So whenever it gets reduced by 1, I want to use whole numbers only, since I have like 1, 2, 3, 4 HP, and if it's like 3 HP and at being the maximum, then I can do something like that. 1, 2, 3, then we are good to go. Maybe I put some image over there, since without using the handle, which currently, or would overlay literally that area over here, I would need to go and use the background fill and reduce this anyhow even more to 0, but I guess this is representing a good 0 at all, so it's just empty, so you have like 3 HP. And I couldn't do the same literally for the other pieces. I would just go and put this somewhere wherever it's kind of useful, and it seems that my let's say background and fill, these seems to be okay. The handle slide area is probably the issue for that stuff. But anyhow, this enemy HP bar, I mean, everything, this is like the border of it, and it seems that the other ones, like the other items over here from the top, are just kind of not as where they probably would be or should be. But it's basically only the handle, and the fill area is okay here. But yeah, so maybe yeah, changing the size of that a bit different. So instead of having the fill area like that, maybe I'm gonna go from the top over here, and maybe now I stretch the actual fill area over here. I don't know if that is a good idea, because it kind of feels wrong. So maybe I need to get and take the actual fill and stretch that over size over here as well, so it's more like how it should be, probably. So now everything is kind of centered, and I can now position this like wherever I want to in the scene. Like whenever there's something been loaded, I can put a nice image here, like whatever icon. And I can again go and now finally go and make this one even bigger or smaller. I'll probably make the fill a bit smaller again, so it more pops back into position over here. Something like that. I want to make sure that I anchor this one probably to the top right corner, and then drag it away a bit so it's always staying at the same position. And I can do the same for my player, so Control D and bring this onto the other side. And in that case, anchor this to the top left corner and try to find kind of the same distance. And I rename this one to be player HP. Again, usually I don't use sliders. Usually I like to go with normal images, because I can scale in between, or even use filled images. But that also means that I need to have an image which can be filled. So I could create that in no time, but just that I know what's going on. And the fill area over here of the actual of myself, probably I make it green, so it's a bit more, let's say, useful. So they can now represent the health of the actual players. So I just need to hook them up to the actual slider values. So I need to set the slider values to the maximum values, and I need to have a hook to, or from the battle manager, to hook my enemies or my player or my enemy base literally, or the actual HP amount to them sliders. To do that, I guess I have to implement the Unity engine .ui, because sliders probably are part of that. Then I need to have some slider, so public slider, and then I can say something like enemy bar, and the actual player bar as well, or player HP bar. And whenever we start and we know the HP already, after that we can set up these bars, So we can say something like enemy bar dot max value is going to be equal to to enemy HP, since this is a whole number anyways. As well as we need to take the current, so we need to say enemy bar dot value should also be enemy health at this point, or enemy health HP, so it's full. And I need to do the same for the player, of course. So the player bar over here, I'm gonna copy that, and the player bar over there. And I need to take the player HP and put these over here. Oh, I copied. Copy, paste, paste. So the values are set. Whenever now we get damage, we need to update this bar's values as well as the HP bar, the HP values. In that case, I'm gonna create a new little function which is going to be our helper for that, so we can actually go and do the win-lose stuff. Or whenever we, let's say, we reduce player health by 1, then we call this one function and reduce the corresponding bar. So void. And we can also use this for healing. So we can literally also heal our character whenever we have a healing spell and we cast that. We can also implement or decrement. So we can say we want to add amount or we decrease an amount to this one health, and then we update the bar based on like the value based on the current enemy HP or the player HP. So in that case we can say something like take damage. Take damage could also be separated. In this case we're gonna name it player damage. Can't type anymore. Player damage. And then we can say what amount we want to pass in, +1 or -1 amount. So in that case we can say player HP plus equal amount. If it is a negative number, it's going to be getting automatically reduced. And then we want to set the player bar to be updated to be player HP. So we have always the updated value. Player bar dot value actually is equal to player HP. We want to do the same for the enemy, or I want to do this for the enemy. So gonna name this enemy damage, and he can heal as well. So enemy HP plus equal amount, and the enemy bar that value is equal to the enemy HP. And I can call them whenever I need to. So for example, instead of doing that, I can call enemy damage -1. Enemy damage and pass in -1. Like so. And I can do the same for the player. Like when I do the damage over here, I can say player damage -1. And if I go and heal, as an example over here, before I do the turn complete, I can do something like, well, depends on who is who. So if it's player, then we want to go and do player damage, and now we pass in a positive number. Otherwise, I'm going to put in else. No. Else, we want to do enemy damage, and in that case not damage, but of course we want to heal. So we pass an A+ value in here as well. So I'm not quite sure if there's automatically a cap between, like, so it can never be higher than the maximum value. That's what I don't know yet. So the maximum value could maybe go over and maybe could not. Now we need to drag in those sliders into the slider slots once they pop up. So we have the enemy bar, so I'm gonna take enemy HP, and we have the player HP player bar. And I want to make sure that the actual image over here is literally transparent and not clickable. So I make it raycast target off. And I want to make sure that it is literally invisible. I could mask it out, but I just go down with alpha 100%. And I save that. And I try to do that right now. I don't know the values of each of them. So, but I can try to get some damage involved. So I now go there and do a hit, but nothing happened. So the actual my mushroom didn't really got a hit. It didn't update the actual HP of the enemy. But it actually was able to set it. So let's see what's going to happen over there. I go out of maximize and play so I can see stuff better. Gonna pause pretty quick and then can go back. So I try to do some damage again. So he's able to damage me. Actually, he plays that, and I'm dead now. And as you have seen now, since my player only had 1 HP left, I should be able to, and I am able to, go to back to the world. But there's one more issue. The issue is I'm now not at the building. I can try to die again, or try. He might be able to do something. Oh, that's what I want to see now. If my health is now higher than 1. Where is it? Memory canvas, image, player HP. So the value is still 1. So I can only do one thing. And the enemy also has 1 HP. So whoever is first should be able to kill the opponent. I believe I don't call the win or lose function on my side. That's what it looks like. So the enemy is calling it. Oh, now I was able to. But yeah, win and lose is also not called. And he now is full back. How can that be? Try again. Reduce to 0, but nothing is happening. So anyhow, the enemy is able to do damage to the player, but I'm not. Like, player HP is here. Oh, because, well, I'm checking not for the enemy over here. So whenever I attack the player, I want to do this. And if I attack the enemy, I want to check for enemy HP. Also want to do enemy damage, and I want to do player damage. I want to do player HP check. Let's see if that works now. So each of us has 1 HP, so whoever is first, oh, he is first, so he kicks me out into the world, which is good. Now I can go and re-enter whenever I moved quite some meters, like 7 to 10 seconds, whatever we think is going to be a good number here. So he's doing damage and it instantly kills me. So this is the issue now. We don't store the information about where we started or where actually we have been before going somewhere. And this is what I want to put in a static class. So that's just a class about holding just simple things, simple things, yeah. So in that case, I can say something like, okay, I save a world coordinate into that before doing so, but like before changing scene, and then it's in there. And whenever I go back, I'm gonna read from that and make sure that my enemy spawns, or my player actually spawns, or even lands directly at this new or the last point where we have been. So I put it onto the position where it has been whenever the scene loads. Whenever the scene loads. So probably on start or whenever. So now now I just need to figure out where I could do this the best way. So the character has a position, of course, but he actually only increases the battle timer. The battle timer actually doesn't know about the player yet. So what we could do is we could put a static member somewhere about the world position. So before we actually load that, we want to store this information about the character's or game object position, like this one. So we need to find it, or we need to grab it anyhow. And I guess there are a bunch of possibilities. The easiest, since there's only one player available, is maybe making the character being also a public static member, like a singleton, so we can easily take grab info from it, or find it, or whatever. So I want to have a character instance as before. Want to make sure that it is going to be set it up in awake. So void awake, and instance is equal to this, as usual. Needs to be a equal sign, and now I can talk to it and get its current game object's position. So before that is going to happen, I want to store the information somewhere, and I guess I'm gonna create a little extra script for that, just in case, because it doesn't have to derive mono behavior or anything. So it's just literally just an empty class, or almost an empty class, just holding one static vector which we can read and write into without taking care of anything. So I just name this maybe helper, because I don't know what I name it or what I should name it, and open this one. And this is the cool thing about statics. We can just simply put in any data we want to. When it is static, we don't even need to have an instance of that inside the scene. Not even on mono develop ones or mono behavior ones. We can even use them as well. The only downside is whenever you use mono behavior, you have to make sure that the statics are only called from a other static, let's say, from other static, like each function has to be a static function as well, or everybody who's trying to access it has to be static as well. So in that case, I'm gonna go and open my helper. I'm gonna get rid of mono behavior, since again this is going to be just an empty class. We don't need all of that. We don't need start and update. These are not available. We just create a public static vector3. And this is going to be our character position. And we can later on just access it by its the helper function as well as the character position at all. So we just store it in there whenever we start the game again. And we can literally, at the very game start, we can set it to be vector 3.0, whatever it is, like whenever we start at the first place. Why is that red now? I don't know what I did. whatever, doesn't matter. It's still here. I just make sure I'm gonna save that just in case. Whatever happened, I don't know. So probably something was loading. So what I now can do is I can call the helper and can give the character a position to it. And now I just need to find it. So we can say we want to grab that. Somehow my equal sign doesn't work anymore. Okay, I guess I go and reload my mono behavior completely. I don't know what I did. I hope I haven't ruined something. Gonna reopen a new instance just in case. Let's see if drag to battle is still available. Looks okay. So gonna get rid of that empty spaces. Before I load, I wanna talk to the helper function. I hope I can now put in a, yep, I can. That's good. So I can now take the actual character position and set this one to be wherever our player is. So in our case, it's called, or my case, it's called character.instance. I believe I can use the game object of it and its transform.position. Wherever this position is going to be in the world space, I should be able to call that and bring this over here. And whenever the first time the game starts and the helper has not been set, then I set it to be its current transform.position to be its initial one. So in character, in start, like before or after getting the animator, doesn't really matter. Oh, there's some weird spacing going on here. I don't know what I did pressed. Gonna clean that up later, I guess. Yeah, some weird spacing is happening here. I'm gonna clean that up again later on, I guess, because that doesn't look quite right. Anyway, in the start, it's really annoying. That happens probably whenever you're tired. Anyway, in start, I guess I go and check first, because it probably is the first check, if helper.character position is equal to vector 3.0, so there's nothing inside. If that is the case, I want to set it to be the current position. So helper dot character position is equal to, and now I literally do the same as I do and did inside drag to battle. I just copy this line. So, and like that. And if that is not the case, like if it is not vector 3.0, then I want to go and load the current position. So character position is equal to helper.character position. So we set it back to where it came from. So if it hasn't been saved yet, I want to save it. Oh, actually, why is that so grayed out? Could be simplified. Oh, because we are directly in here inside the character. So we don't need to call that. So I can even say I want to take it to transformer position, and otherwise I want to set the transformer position to be helper character position. Pretty good. Okay, so I saved that. Drag to battle needs to do the character instance because it couldn't, otherwise I couldn't find it. And now let's see if that works. And literally it doesn't matter. Where we start, I mean, we shouldn't, there shouldn't be any issue with that. So currently, if it is vector 3.0, because we haven't passed in any information inside helper, we should be at this position wherever we are, like here. Now, when I now move over here, let's say a bit on the grass, so we know where we are, kind of, whenever something happens. Now we get dragged into the battle, and now I want to make sure that I get back where I literally came from whenever the battle is over. So if I kill him or he kills me, doesn't really matter. And we are back, so meaning now we got brought onto the position where we have been. So whenever I now go, I don't know, somewhere here. I try to remember this view, kind of. So here's the start. So I randomize the start, who has the actual attack in the first place. Let's see who has the first turn. Okay, that was a shield. I cannot attack with a shield. I don't know where my boxing gloves are going to be. There we go. And now we should be more to the left. That's funny. What HP amount does the actual mushroom has? Mushroom. Good question. Where's the actual enemy slider? This is funny, since this doesn't really get overridden here. Oh, it's inside the canvas. Enemy HP. So it's set to 1. And it usually should use whole numbers. But why does the mushroom hasn't died yet? That's pretty interesting. Now he's at 0. Okay, whatever happened before, maybe the mushroom has 2 HP. I don't know. I guess I'm gonna check that out. Nope, the mushroom also has 1 HP. Player has 1, wolf has 1. So that's funny. But now we can go forward. I mean, I can try to go somewhere else. Trying to reach, I don't know, a specific area. I'm gonna die. Gonna lose. Don't get anything when losing. But now I'm back and I can go forward. So I now store the actual position wherever I am at the moment. And now I should be able to damage the actual mushroom. But it doesn't get damaged. That's pretty strange. It has something extra, it seems. Like 1 HP extra. And I don't know why. So I need to figure that out. And I'm closer to the actual goal. So with this battle system, as well as with this walking system over here, I'm not too fast. I have a lot of stuff to do, to explore, to fight, and yeah, I'm pretty happy with the results so far. And once I slept, I'm gonna fix the mushroom HP bar. Now it worked. I don't know why. Yeah, now we can go swim. Well, no, we can't. But I can go forward and do my battles through here, and I make it long or short battles. And I just need to think about, okay, what could be the result in the end? Like, what could I get? Or what could whoever get once he plays the game and not losing a battle? And what does he lose whenever you don't do battles? So that's a rather huge map to explore. It's about 500 by 500 meters. And if I go into 3D, I just moved from my main building to here, having about 3 battles. So, and I haven't explored much. I just was going a rather straight way. And that's what we want to avoid later on, so we are not able to send the player directly to the goal. Like whenever he's here, we want to attract him to be like here and maybe move this long route, or maybe we want to let him go the short way, but then he notices, okay, I need something, I need to look around, so the game becomes automatically longer. So far so good. I'm pretty happy with the kind of final result of the first day, of the first about 10 hours of work within brainstorming and all the other good stuff. So I'm gonna go and stop the stream in just a moment. I just save all my work and gonna stop the stream once again afterwards, and tomorrow whenever I'm awake I'm gonna continue with that and continue streaming. So don't forget to subscribe to the channel, or like the video if it is, or like the stream if it is really, if you like what I do here. I don't know. Maybe give me some feedback in the comments down below. If you have any questions, feel free to ask at any time, and I try to answer as best as I can. And yeah, maybe you have done something in the meantime as well. So as you can see, with rather short amount of time within a game jam where you just have to do stuff, where you have to shorten things, shorten ways, you want to make 100% sure yeah, that everything works as quick as possible. So all my systems, or all the basic systems, are working. The battle works, the map walking works. So the next one is like, you know, optimizing a bit, making stuff more beautiful and creating a bit more content, waiting for my friends. And then we also have 1 day left to do animations and beauty shots and stuff like that. But that's what we're gonna skip until the last day, I would say. So first off, we want to make sure that everything works so far. Anyway, thanks a lot for all you guys joining me on my 40 hours a game jam. The first 10 hours are gone, so I guess I'm gonna sleep 7 to 8 hours and we'll be back in about 8 hours or somewhere like that to get more stuff done inside the game jam. So thanks a lot for tuning in. I hope you enjoyed this one, and I talk to you tomorrow, or whenever and wherever you are, actually at least in the next game jam stream. Thanks a lot and take care.